Yes, we are.
They got their construction signature. And all of the and then they got their
Say hi, camera. Say hi, camera. See you.
My ritual before going on stage is calming my nerves. I'm a very anxious gal.
As a circle that say prayer. Thank you for being here, thank you for music, thank you for people coming, let's all rock and roll.
My ritual before going on stage, hang out with the guys, we sing a few songs, we have some laughs, we tell stories.
Handshake, un peu de méditation.
Pendant le vendredi, on va plus se prendre de s'imprégner des moments vivants.
My ritual before the show is a shot, a hug, a kiss, and cheer with me.
C'est drôle à dire, mais si j'ai été à Tom de Bay, puis moi je la poutine là-bas, j'étais comme, my God, c'est juste
We should recognize him with BCL, April Wine, and Evans. Very great to help us, incredible people.
Aujourd'hui, on vous souhaite bonne fête du Canada.
I'd like to wish everybody a great Canada Day.
I'm so excited to join you on stage. I can't wait to get to you.
Bien, c'est Fred et je vous souhaite une excellente fête du Canada.
Ouais, peace à tout le monde. Bonne fête Canada.
Happy Canada Day, Tom Cochran here, and it's just incredible to be here. I'm so long excited to play for you today on this very special day. Incredible country, filled with incredible people, and let's keep that spirit alive.
Please welcome, veuillez accueillir, Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Mary Simon, Governor General of Canada, Son Excellence, la très honorable Mary Simon, Gouverneur général du Canada. The Right Honourable Mark Carney, Prime Minister of Canada, le très honorable Mark Carney, Premier ministre du Canada. The Honourable Stephen Guilbeault, Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture and Minister responsible for official languages. L'Honorable Stephen Guilbeault, Ministre de l'Identité et de la Culture canadienne et Ministre responsable des langues officielles. His Royal Highness, Prince Edward, the Duke of Edinburgh. Son Altesse Royale, le Prince Édouard, le Duc d'Édimbourg. The Honourable Edith Dumont, Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, l'Honorable Edith Dumont, Lieutenant-gouverneur de l'Ontario. Nathan Obed, Président de Inuit Tapirit Kanatami. Nathan Obed, President of Inuit Tapirit Kanatami. Victoria Pruden, President of the Métis National Council. Victoria Pruden, Présidente du Conseil national des Métis.
Within staying within boundaries of the only emotion. Yes. Argentina.
Yeah, I only went 6 hours.
Happy Canada Day.
6-hour drive for a 6-hour flight. Yeah.
Joyce, got time. Come on. All right, I'm allowed. Wait, I gotta shake your hand.
Yeah, boys, you boys get up here ready.
Yeah.
We're so thankful to
I'd love to
have
take a picture. Okay, we do a quick one. There we go. Lungs and charts.
I can't.
Just take the wrong way.
Sorry, guys. You guys do it. Smile, guys. Good job. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
1 minute. Okay.
Thank you very much.
How are you? That's the spirit. That's the spirit. How are you, my friend? Good. You? Good to see you. Thanks, everyone. Is everyone getting enough water? Are you all hydrating? That's one of my responsibilities. As the Minister of Health here later. All good. Good dance. Good dance.
Okay, so we gotta take our seat down, sir.
Happy Canada Day. All right, I better sit down. That's it. Okay. That's for you.
La 158e Fête du Canada est célébrée en direct du Parc des Plaines-le-Breton, qui se trouve sur le territoire non cédé de la nation algonquine Anishinaabe. The 158th Canada Day is celebrated live from the Breton Flats Park, which is on the unceded territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe Nation. Avant d'ouvrir les célébrations d'aujourd'hui, prenons un instant pour s'ancrer en rendant hommage à nos racines. This grounded and powerful moment brings contemporary Indigenous voices to the forefront and uses art as cultural sovereignty, honoring our land, our roots, and living heritage. Le tout sera guidé par l'aînée Claudette Commanda et mis en mots et images par les artistes Jennifer Alicia Murren, Tachalik Partridge et Andrina Turenne.
Oui, Kakina. Bonjour, Canada. Hello, Canada. Families, friends, communities, and visitors from coast to coast to coast, welcome to Ottawa. Welcome to Canada Day 2025. You are all so beautiful. O Canada, I stand firmly on the original roots of the land. Since time immemorial, the homeland of the Algonquin and Anishinaabe ancestors. Our ancestors are our roots. Welcome to the roots of the Algonquin people. We give thanks to the Creator for all the blessings we receive each day, for our lives, for our well-being, and for seeing the beauty of the land, the water, the wind, the animals, and the children. We give thanks for the first root which the Creator has given all of us as human beings, love. Indigenous people are the roots of Canada, deeply rooted to our lands. The expression of Indigenous lands, teachings, languages, culture, histories, knowledges, art, and voice are connected to Mother Earth. Through our roots together, as Indigenous, as Canadians, we are the trees. We become the branches of love. We become the leaves of beauty. We become the roots of healing. Let us together link our roots to become as vibrant as the trees, strongly connected to Mother Earth, so we may embrace and live the true essence of love, of learning, and celebrating our diversities. Let us pray for and embrace peace and friendship rooted in kindness, in respect, in sharing and goodwill. Let us celebrate the richness and gifts of life together as brothers and sisters and as a community united in love. My friends, my brothers and sisters, to all of you, Indigenous and Canadian, let us celebrate together this wonderful day with a good mind, a good heart, and a good spirit in connecting our roots for our children. For our children, our tomorrow's roots. God bless. I love you all. Kizagiin, miigwech. Miigwech. Miigwech.
Every day, my son says good morning to the sky, birds, flowers, bees, says thank you as he wraps his little body around a tree. He takes time to breathe. I'm teaching him to love and appreciate all living things. We are all interconnected. We all start from a seed. The land carries stories, and so do we. Our feet landing in the same sacred spaces. People have been traveling since time immemorial. Indigenous people have been here since time immemorial. A refuge from the chaos that waits for us in the surrounding under the guise of kind eyes and allies, a sanctuary. It's no wonder why she is called Mother Earth, the way nature nurtures us. Her full bloom blanket wrapping us up in the safety of her warmth, reminding us that we are the land and the land is us. She's a caregiver, providing everything that we need, plant medicines, water, ecosystems, trees to breathe, and like a mother, she keeps giving and giving and giving and giving, and as a mother, I know that we will give until there is barely anything left, and if we are the land and the land is us, then we need to reciprocate and fill her up, because I also know that you can't pour from an empty cup. When the world slowed down, we were forced to change the ways we engage with space. We met outside, We sat in parks. We explore places maybe we've never been or truly appreciated, like these huge maples and pines whose roots have been grounded before our lifetime. The faint acoustics of the river, carrying stories of salmon survivance and settler violence, from the woodpeckers tapping on the tallest tree, all the way down to the slithering garter snakes. A sacred space, and it is all of our responsibility to be caregivers, to listen, to learn, to respect her as a life giver. When I say all my relations, I really mean all of us. Everything we are and everything we touch is made of stardust. We are the land, and the land is us.
The town is the center. On the news, it is a remote community, isolated, fly-in, no roads. Everything is here. Your life turns on the steps between home and school and your after-school job. There are 2 television channels and both are CBC, Radio-Canada. It might be $5 for an orange. It might be whiteout in winter. In summer, there will be mosquitoes. Montreal is as far as Vancouver, is as far as Costa Rica, is as far as Australia. The town is the center. Your father says, back then, when the ice broke in spring, everyone would be waiting by the shore just to see it, just to hear it. Such a fantastic thing. And everyone in summer peeling their winter clothes off for a wash in the lake. He said they ate caribou every single day for weeks, and fish never tasted so good as when they finally caught some. Fresh salmon from the river, fresh salmon from the river, fresh trout from the lake. The caribou still come through town in the fall, right up the street, hundreds, thousands. Enormous antlers on high, flared nostrils, knobby legs flying, the sound that moves the walls and the furniture, the dust and the dogs trying for the hamstrings. Such a fantastic sight. The town is the center. And then your cousin comes into the store mid-afternoon. The tide is high. There's room in the boat, so run home, pack, knife, matches, fishing rod, pixie lure, sleeping bag. Swing your bag into the pickup, jump into the boat, and the boat breaks from shore. First pushed out by the paddle and then thrust away by the outboard, the hull slapping through the waves. Montreal is as far as Vancouver, is as far as Costa Rica, is as far as Australia. The wind has your hair and is singing in the taut line of the fishing rod you bought with money from your job. Amuya vinapini nutavinit tusunguvuru, ikalumni. Fresh salmon from the river, fresh salmon from the river, fresh trout from the lake.
Retour à la terre et à l'amour, à cette âme et cette bravoure qui font pousser les racines. C'est la fin d'une autre saison. Il y a du feu dans la cheminée de la maison. Et les rêves que nous rêvons sont tissés dans les racines. Je suis un dans mon cœur comme un coup de tonnerre et fait pousser les racines dans le noir sous les étoiles de la nuit, là où le bouclier chevauche la prairie, sans regret, sans peur et sans souci. Profondes sont les racines. Je suis un arbre. C'est ici que je respire. Je suis un arbre. C'est ici que je respire. Je suis un arbre.
Il y a 60 ans, notre drapeau national
60 years
flottait pour
ago,
la toute première fois
our
au-dessus de la
flag
colline du Parlement.
flew for the first time over Parliament Hill. Since February 1965, it's become a strong symbol of who we are in Canada and overseas.
Coast to coast to coast. And every time our athletes raise it during a ceremony or to celebrate a victory, their deep sense of honor in representing the country reaches all the way to us. Ce symbole simple et puissant
This
incarne
simple
la
and
paix,
powerful
la
symbol
liberté, la
incarnates
justice, le
peace,
respect, la
justice,
tolérance,
respect, tolerance, equality,
le Canadien.
values that are dear to Canadian people's hearts.
mark the 60th anniversary of the Canadian flag, we welcome Joan O'Malley, the woman who in 1964 deftly sewed the first prototypes of what would become our iconic flag. Aujourd'hui, elle n'est pas seulement témoin de notre histoire.
Today, we're not only witnesses to history. Joan O'Malley is one of the architects. She's created the first prototypes for the Canadian flag in 1964.
Veuillez maintenant vous lever, si vous le pouvez, pour
Please rise,
l'interprétation
if
de
you
notre
can, for the
hymne
interpretation
national.
of our national anthem.
For the singing of our national anthem. Pour interpréter notre hymne national, to sing our national anthem, please welcome, accueillez Kim Richardson.
Oh, Canada, terre de nos aïeux, ton front est saint de fleurons glorieux, car ton bras s'est porté l'épée, il s'est porté la croix. Ton histoire est une épopée des plus brillants exploits. God keep our land glorious and free. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee. Oh, Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
Pour guider cette grande célébration de la fête du Canada,
To
voici
guide this
une
Canada
figure
Day
emblématique du
celebration,
milieu
here's an
culturel
emblematic
canadien.
figure from the Canadian cultural scene.
National Noon Ceremony of the 2025 Canada Day. Here's a cherished figure in Canadian arts and culture. Accueillez chaleureusement, please welcome Sonia Benezra.
Wow, que vous êtes beau à voir.
Wow,
This is
you are
beautiful
beautiful.
to see. Bonjour à tous. Hello, everyone. Happy Canada Day. Bonne fête du Canada. Oui, on peut applaudir. Quel bonheur d'être ici avec vous au
How
cœur de la
fantastic to be here
capitale
with you at the
nationale.
heart of the national capital.
We'll be celebrating our Canada loud and proud. Aujourd'hui, nous célébrons ce qui nous rend forts,
Today,
fiers
we
d'être
celebrate why we are
Canadiens.
loud and proud to be Canadian. Welcome to the 158th Canada Day ceremony.
158th Canada Day. Yeah! To launch today's festivities, our next guest champions Canadian culture, creativity, and identity. Il est un vrai défenseur de nos histoires,
He
nos
defends our
arts et notre
history, our arts,
diversité.
and our diversity.
The Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture and Minister responsible for official languages. Accueillez le ministre de la
Please
Culture
welcome
et
the
de
Minister of
l'Identité
Canadian Identity and Culture and Minister responsible for official languages, the Honourable
Stephen Guilbeault.
Salut Canada, hello Canada. Faites du bruit, make some noise. C'est vraiment formidable d'être à
It's
Ottawa
fantastic to be
aujourd'hui
here in
avec
Ottawa
vous
today
et avec
with
les
you
Canadiens et
and with
Canadiennes.
Canadians from coast to coast.
It's an honor to be joined this afternoon by very special guests. Her Excellency, the Right Honourable Mary Simon, Governor-General of Canada, our Prime Minister and my boss, the Right Honourable Mark Carney, His Royal Highness Prince Edward, Duke of Edinburgh, President Nathan Obed, louder, President Victoria Pruden, and the Honourable Edith Dumont, Lieutenant Governor of Ontario, as well as many other distinguished guests. I also want to recognize the presence of Darryl Fox, Terry Fox's younger brother. Darryl and his team of cyclists are biking 7,000 kilometers from Vancouver to St. John's to commemorate the 45th anniversary of Terry's iconic Marathon of Hope. They made a special stop in Ottawa today to join us in celebrating Canada Day. Thank you very much, Darryl. And as a cyclist myself, I want to thank you for all that you do and for the inspiration, hope, and pride you bring to Canadians through your dedication to cancer research. Canada is also proud to be the co-host of the 2026 FIFA World Cup. We can't wait for the celebration and experience the incredible energy of FIFA here in Canada. When we think of Canada, we think of its beauty, wilderness, vast, raw, and stunning natural landscapes. We see rugged coasts, lush green forests, golden prairies, snow-capped mountains, and windswept tundra. There's no other place like Canada, and we all shared a sacred duty to protect it.
And so, as I join you today from the beautiful traditional territory of the Algonquin Anishinaabe people, I invite you to take a moment to reflect on what traditional lands mean to you across this land. Indigenous peoples have been the guardians of these lands since time immemorial, and I thank Elder Kamanda for her inspiring words and for opening today's ceremonies.
But Canada is far more than just a place. It's something that we carry around in our hearts with pride.
As Minister of Canadian Identity and Culture and Minister responsible for Official Languages and Parks Canada, it is a special privilege for me to help bring these Canada Day celebrations to life. It takes a whole team to make this day happen, and I want to thank everyone who has worked tirelessly to make Canada Day celebrations a remarkable success. Once again this year, thank you very much, everyone.
And I think we can all agree there's so much to celebrate this Canada Day. Over the last few months, Canada, we cheered our national team during the intense Four Nations hockey face-off. And we won. In baseball, hockey, and football, the three finalists for Most Valuable Player are Canadians. Also want to underline the performance of athletes like Summer McIntosh, Ethan Kotsberg, and Marie-Philippe Poulin, as well as our Canadian Paralympic team, who wrapped up an historic showing with 29 medals. Thank you to all our athletes. We also celebrated artists like Tate McRae at the Junos and filmmaker like Denis Villeneuve, who captivated audience with Dune and will make us proud as the next director of the James Bond franchise. Ryan, I think they're looking for someone to play the part of James Bond. I was talking to Denis, just putting it out there. But this year, we also paused to remember and honor the lives of remarkable Canadians and Indigenous peoples we lost. Individuals who left an indelible mark on our country, including the Honorable Murray Sinclair, acting legend Donald Sutherland, ainsi que des artistes légendaires comme Serge Fiori d'Harmonium.
People such as Serge Fiori from Harmonium.
Their voices, along with those of many other great Canadians, help shape our cultural identity. Their legacies live in the people they inspired, the change that they sparked, and the Canada they helped build. Mais par-dessus tout, nous célébrons
But above all,
chacun et
we
chacune de
celebrate
vous.
each and every one of you. Your solidarity has been a true source of inspiration. Whether it was buying Canadian-made products, listening to your favorite Canadian artists, or choosing Canada as your summer travel destination with a strong and safe pass, you've been there for each other. This Canada Day also marks the 60th anniversary of our national flag, and we are honored to have had among us Joan O'Malley, who sewed the first Canadian flag. The flag is an iconic symbol at the very heart of our identity. The red maple leaf is recognized and respected around the world. It is emblematic of our strength, our sovereignty, and our deeply held Canadian values.
But our flag speaks as much about our past as it does about our future. We decide our future. We are united. We are the true North, Canada, strong and free. We must and we will always stand up for our country. Canada is strong and Canadians have every reason to be proud.
So, wherever you are today, enjoy the activities and festivities near you and celebrate loud and proud. Happy Canada Day, everyone.
Notre prochain invité fêtera bientôt ses 30 ans de carrière.
Celebrate 30 years of career.
Is without a doubt one of the greats. Dès ses débuts dans la comédie musicale Notre-Dame de Paris,
Notre-Dame de Paris, he rapidly rose to stardom internationally, and his singular voice still resonates today.
Our next guest is a proud Canadian whose vocal intensity and generosity continues to resonate across generations. Il fait partie de ces artistes qui nous touchent droit au cœur.
These artists who touch our hearts.
And a voice that's captivated audiences around the world. He brings power, soul, and truth to every word. Voici la chanson Des choses à dire
Here is his
by
song,
the
Des
one
choses
and
à dire.
only Garou.
Comme pour t'endormir une mélodie te suffit. Même quand tu murmures dans ta voiture, t'as envie. Chacun chante ses rêves à sa façon pour trouver le sens et puis le son qui font s'écrire une chanson. C'est qu'il y a des choses à dire pour pouvoir se décrire. On s'écrit, chanter pour donner aux autres et partager notre passion. Si tu veux donner de ton amour pour un bout, pour une confidence ou pour un cri qui survit, tu sais que ta guitare donne l'espoir à tous ceux qui voudraient voyager vers une étoile qui veut briller. C'est qu'il y a des choses à dire pour pouvoir se décrire. On s'écrit. C'est qu'il y a des choses à dire pour ravir et parfois pour souffrir. C'est qu'il y a des choses à dire. Chanter pour donner, pour s'aimer, pour se faire un délit. C'est qu'il y a des choses à dire pour pouvoir se décrire. On s'écrit. Des choses à dire pour ravir, pour souffrir. Chanter pour donner, pour s'aimer, pour se faire un délire. Des choses à dire pour pleurer, pour sourire. C'est que des choses à dire. C'est que des choses à dire. Chanter pour donner aux autres et partager notre passion. Merci, thank you Canada.
Wow, 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 c'était Garou.
That was
On
Garou.
peut l'applaudir très très fort, mesdames et
Let's
messieurs.
give him a very loud round of applause. It's wonderful to see him here on the stage.
Rumor has it that he may be back before the end of the show. I must admit, ladies and gentlemen, that I am feeling a little bit regal right now. Lorsqu'on m'a dit que j'allais présenter
When I
un
was told that
membre
I
de
would
la famille
introduce a memory
royale,
of a person from the royal family, I had to pinch myself.
to introduce a member of the royal family. Yes, we can applaud. It is an honor and a privilege to welcome to the stage. Je vous demande d'accueillir Son
Please
Altesse
welcome
Royale, le Prince
His
Édouard,
Royal
le
Highness,
Duc d'Édimbourg,
the Duke of
His
Edinburgh.
Royal Highness Prince Edward, the Duke of Edinburgh.
I'm not really emotional, it's just a bit warm out here today. Hello, Canada. Bonjour, Canada. Il me fait plaisir d'être à
It's a
Ottawa.
pleasure for me to be
en
here
ce
in
jour pour
Ottawa
célébrer
on this day to celebrate Canada Day.
And I want to thank the Governor-General, Your Excellency, and the Prime Minister for your invitation to come and join you today in what is evidently quite a party. I also bring you Their Majesties' greetings on this day. They send you their very best wishes and they do want to say thank you for the wonderful welcome that they received just a few weeks ago when they were here. And they realized it was a very short visit and it was only to Ottawa. But I know they want to come back and they want to spend more time here and to visit more provinces in due course. And I know they couldn't say it, but I just want to say thank you. Thank you for all the wonderful messages of support from so many of you to their Majesties, and also the wonderful wishes you sent to my brother for a speedy recovery. I know he really appreciates it, and thank you. And I think I can speak for all my family when I say we take immense pride in Canada and Canadians for all that you do, for the work you do overseas in the global scene, for all those who give back to their communities, for all those who choose to serve their country, especially those in uniform. And I want you to know that we always stand ready to support you when you need it, to offer encouragement, not that you need much encouragement, but to offer your encouragement, and to shine a light on where there's really excellent work and practice going on, and to recognize and celebrate achievement, and occasionally give a hug. But today this is about celebrating you as a country, who you are and what you should be proud of. Your land, Minister, you said it so eloquently. What a fantastic, amazing land you have here. Your people, from the First Nations to the most recent immigrants, the skills and the talents that have shaped your journey to where you are today. And your culture and heritage, the arts, so brilliantly displayed today. So rich and varied traditions, the way you tell your stories and the values you hold dear, hold them dear. But most importantly, your achievements. So we may be 158 years since Confederation, but the story of how you and your forebears have built this nation is a much longer story and should be celebrated as well. So, let's dispel any negative thoughts. Today is about positivity. Today is about celebrating what we have, what we're fortunate to have, and what is right, and how fortunate we are in what we do have. Our friends, our families, and also what brings us together, what unites us. And seeing this sea of red and white, there is only one sense that I have here, and today is truly a celebration of you, your home, and your land, strong and free. Happy Canada Day. Bonne fête du Canada. Merci beaucoup. Thank you.
That was a very lovely moment. Thank you, Your Royal Highness. This year, 8-time Grammy and Juno Award-winning composer, educator, and musical icon, Dr. Oscar Emmanuel Peterson, would have been 100. We can clap for that for sure. Applaudissons Oscar Peterson. Aujourd'hui, nous rendons
give a
également
round of applause for Oscar Peterson. We will also speak to Oscar Peterson's heritage. He has been celebrated as one of the greatest jazz pianists of all time. In order to recognize him today, we would like to introduce you to a pianist who has phenomenal talent.
Born in Nigeria and raised in Toronto, this talented composer and pianist, Thompson Egbo, firmly believes, well, people, yeah. I'm going to let you clap because that's how good he is. Okay. Thompson Egbo firmly believes in the transformative power of music for young people. Performing Oscar Peterson's masterpiece, Hymn to Freedom, accueillez chaleureusement Thompson Egbo.
Warmly welcome Thomas Egbo.
round d'applaudissements pour Thomas Egbo Egbo.
A warm round of applause for Thompson Egbo Egbo.
Si la musique nous unit,
If music unites us, sport
il nous enflamme.
is something that
If music gives our life rhythm, well, ladies and gentlemen, then sport is its heartbeat. Et dans les mois à venir, c'est un battement qui va s'intensifier.
this is going to intensify.
Louder and stronger. Les célébrations d'aujourd'hui sont la parfaite occasion
This is the
pour
perfect
également
opportunity
souligner
to
que dans
highlight
un an,
that in 1 year, the most important tournament, sports tournament in the entire world is coming here.
in less than a year, the entire world will be watching Canada, Mexico, and the United States as the best players in the world's most popular sport take to the pitch. FIFA World Cup 2026 will bring together 48 nations across 3 countries and 16 cities for the biggest and most inclusive tournament in FIFA history. Toronto et Vancouver sont prêtes à
Toronto
vibrer au
and
rythme
Vancouver
du ballon
are
rond.
prepared for the FIFA tournament.
Occasion, please welcome the FIFA Vice President, President of CONCACAF, and proud Canadian, Victor Montagliani. Ouh, Victor! Et quoi de mieux, chers amis, pour marquer cette
Dear
occasion
friends, to commemorate this special occasion,
que d'avoir sur la
it's wonderful to have on the stage the iconic trophy from the World Cup 2026.
This golden goddess embodies the joy of victory. Since 1974, only 13 countries have had their names engraved at its base. Et qui sait? Peut-être que le
And who
Canada
knows,
viendra un
maybe
jour s'y
Canada one
inscrire.
day will see its name on the World Cup as well.
Well, Victor, I think you've got something over there. Are you about to put a scarf on me? Woo-hoo! Oh, really? Oh. Victor. Well, thank you very much, Victor. Thank you so much. How lucky am I? First there's royalty and now this. Je pense que je vais faire des jaloux avec mon foulard. Merci
I think a lot of
beaucoup,
people are going to be
beaucoup,
envious of my scarf. Thank you, Victor.
Definitely my lucky day. And I mean that when I say it, because my next introduction proves it. Because I will be the first one to introduce him on a Canada Day. Not only is he the leader of our great nation, he is also a passionate advocate for sport. Veuillez maintenant accueillir notre
Please
nouveau
welcome
Premier
our
ministre.
new Prime
Here
Minister.
is our Prime Minister, the Right Honourable, le très honorable Mark Carney.
Mon Dieu. Wow.
My goodness.
That is a hard act to follow. Thank you, Sonia. Thank you, Victor, for all the service to Canadian sport, to global sport. And may Jonathan David be the first Canadian to ever touch that trophy in a year's time. Son Excellence, le Gouverneur Général, Son Altesse,
His Excellency, His Highness, the Duke of Edinburgh, Sonia, the Minister of Fun, or rather the Minister of Identity and Culture. He's the Minister for Fun, obviously. And thank you to all the invited guests and artists who are with us here today. But especially, thank you all.
What a capital, what a country! Only 2 words. Only 2 words. Oh, Canada. Oh, Canada. You know, there is no place I'd rather be right now than here, the true North, strong and free, celebrating Canada Day with all of you. I've had the privilege the last 6 months of crisscrossing our country. I've had to go visit some other countries for work, and I have never been prouder to say, I am Canadian. Nous sommes Canadiens.
We are Canadian.
And I'm particularly proud that in a world that's fraught with division, that we, under the maple leaf, have considered our options, and we've decided not to pull apart and fight, but to come together and to build. Because that's the Canadian way. That's what this country has done. Similar times when there's been these big inflection points in history, Canadians have chosen to come together and to step up. À la crête du Vimy pendant la Première Guerre mondiale,
on the battlegrounds of Vimy Ridge during the First World War, on the beaches of Normandy during the Second World War, in the houses of Gander after the terrorist attack on September the 11th.
We find ourselves in a situation where the world is being convulsed. We find ourselves in a situation where our economy is being attacked by a trade war that we didn't start. We find ourselves in a situation where our values are being tested by attacks on democracy and freedoms, attacks that we must resist. And once again, as the world becomes more divided and dangerous, Canadians are uniting. We're united. We're uniting and we're putting our values into action. Notre réponse est de bâtir
Our response is to build a strong Canada. This is what we're doing with Bill C-5 that was just passed by a large majority of MPs in the Parliament.
Is a new national building permit that allows us, indeed, it compels us to come together and to build, baby, build. To build our nation in full partnership with Indigenous peoples. To build, and thank you, Nathan and Victoria, for honoring us here today. There you are, yes. Together, we will build one Canadian economy connected by major projects, powered by Canadian energy, transformed by Canadian technology, and crafted by Canadian workers. Together, we will break down barriers so that you can buy Canadian anywhere, and you can work in Canada everywhere. Ensemble.
Together we will rebuild, rearm, and reinvest in our armed forces. Yes. This is crucial. We want Canadian leadership to not only be defined by the strength of our values, but also by the value of our strength. Together, we are taking over the control of our future.
Together, we're writing our own story, not having it dictated to us by others. And Stephen, I like your idea. We have the fusion of Deadpool and Dune. We get Rain City Ryan into 007. This is Canada. Nothing could be better. Your Royal Highness, as you alluded to a few weeks ago in a historic throne speech, your brother King Charles told Canadians, and I quote, "We must be clear-eyed. In a world, the world is a more dangerous and uncertain place than at any point since the Second World War. And Canada is facing challenges that are unprecedented in our lifetimes." The King went on to stress that at this hinge moment in history, there is, and I quote, an incredible opportunity for renewal, an opportunity to think big and act bigger. And that is how Canada carved out the St. Lawrence Seaway in 5 short years. Et c'est comment nous avons organisé
And
l'Expo
that's how we
67
organized Expo 67 in 4.5 years.
It's time once again to harness the same industrious spirit, to do things we previously thought impossible at speeds not seen for generations. So it's time that we build twice as many homes using Canadian technology, Canadian skilled workers, and Canadian lumber. It's time to build new trade and energy corridors with reliable partners. In partnership with the provinces, the territories, and Indigenous peoples.
It's time to create hundreds of thousands of good jobs in skilled trades. And it's time to make Canada an energy superpower for energy that are green and traditional.
It's time to make our companies more competitive while we're fighting climate change. You know, not far from here, over a century ago, Thomas D'Arcy McGee eloquently put it that Canadians are at their best when we lift ourselves to the level of our destinies. Now, Canada is already the greatest country in the world. But our destiny is to make it greater still. And greatness isn't defined by words, it's achieved by actions. Greatness isn't something we just say, it's what we do for ourselves, but particularly for others. So, while we work to build the strongest economy in the G7, we know that that isn't an end in itself. But it's the way, it's the means through which all Canadians can live in security, in dignity, and in harmony. And while we enjoy this Canada Day with our friends and family, and I have to say, Sandra, we are off to a great start here. While we enjoy this Canada Day with friends and family, we remember that too many Canadians are still struggling and suffering. Alors que nous profitons nos parcs
As
et
we
de nos
enjoy
lacs,
our parks and our lakes, we cannot forget climate change that is burning down our forests and destroying biodiversity.
And while we enjoy peace and security at home, we witness the wars and terrors abroad. After 158 years, Canadians have accomplished so much in times of peace and war, in our laboratories and in our galleries, on the ice and in the swimming pool, on our land and in space, in our classrooms, our boardrooms, our community centers. We have so much to celebrate, and today we celebrate. But we also know that we have much more to accomplish. We are a country that is great because, in part, we know we can be even better. We're a country that does things because they're right, not because they're easy. A people that see kindness as a virtue, not a weakness. And now's the time to build a Canada worthy of those values, a Canada worthy of its great people, a Canada for all and for all time. Merci beaucoup. Vive le Canada!
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, for such a unifying speech. I'm so thrilled to welcome the next artist to the stage. Depuis ses débuts fracassants dans les années 90, elle a conquis le cœur de millions de
In the 1990s, she
fans.
conquered the hearts of thousands of fans with her powerful voice, her authenticity, and her songs that reflected through generations.
1995 celebrates its 30th anniversary this year, a landmark moment for an artist whose music continues to resonate across time. With multiple platinum albums and timeless hits, she has become one of Canada's most beloved voices. Aujourd'hui, elle nous offre un message
Today,
d'espoir
she has a message of
et de
hope
confiance.
and of confidence.
Please welcome Amanda Marshall.
Happy birthday, Canada. How you feeling? Are you hot? All right.
Quelle magnifique, quelle
What a
magnifique interprétation de
magnificent interpretation of Fall from Grace and I Believe in You.
one of Elton John's favorite artists. But you know what? We're not sharing her today. She belongs to Canada. Amanda Marshall, brilliant performance. And now, after that powerful message of hope, we pay tribute to an athlete, an activist, a humanitarian, and a true Canadian hero. On prend maintenant un moment pour souligner l'apport exceptionnel d'un héros canadien.
Recognize a Canadian hero.
Il y a 45 ans,
45 years ago, Terry Fox's fight against cancer and his marathon of hope highlighted human resiliency and united the entire country.
remains a symbol of unshakable determination and hope, reminding Canadians and the world that adversity can be a starting point for greatness.
"45 years ago, Terry Fox's moment of greatness started with a single step in a journey that would traverse and then transform a nation. À chaque foulée, malgré la douleur, il faisait avancer le
Despite the
Canada,
pain,
porté par un seul
he
objectif.
carried on with one objective in mind: to win against cancer.
Millions of Canadians responded to Terry's message and his marathon of hope, running, walking, and pledging their support for him. Depuis 1980, la
Since
Fondation Terry
1980,
Fox
the
a
Terry
amassé
Fox Foundation
950 millions de
has collected over $950 million and has funded hundreds of research projects.
The 45th anniversary of the Marathon of Hope, Terry's brother, Darryl Fox, pays tribute to his legacy through the nationwide Ride of Hope. Son objectif?
His goal:
Continuer d'amasser des fonds
to
pour la
continue
recherche
to collect money for cancer research, and with each pedal stroke, to make sure that Terry Fox is remembered.
There's no tempo
explanation for anything important any of us do. And yeah, the human tragedy consists in the necessity of living with the consequences under pressure, under pressure. Courage, my word didn't come, it doesn't matter. Courage, your word, it didn't come, it doesn't matter. Courage, my word, it didn't come, it doesn't matter. Courage.
I've said to people before that I'm going to do my very best to make it. I'm not going to give up, and that's true. But I might not make it, and if I don't make it, the marathon of hope better continue.
Accueillons maintenant sur scène le frère cadet de Terry, Daryl Fox, who was part of that first historic Marathon of Hope. Aujourd'hui, il est accompagné d'un puissant peloton de cyclistes du Terry Fox National Ride of Hope. Terry Fox a couru pour nous, à notre tour de
Terry
marcher,
Fox ran for
de
us, and now we
pédaler, de
will walk,
rêver pour
pedal,
lui.
dream for him.
Les célébrations d'aujourd'hui sont l'occasion de
Today's celebration is an opportunity to highlight the exceptional work of those who look over and protect our country.
to honor the quiet heroes who stand watch and serve with heart, dignity and strength. Les Rangers canadiens, the Canadian Rangers. Ils sont les yeux et les oreilles des forces
They're
armées
the eyes and
canadiennes.
ears of the Canadian Armed Forces in over 200 communities, from the Great White North to the most isolated coastal communities.
Military presence where few can go. Protecting, supporting, and standing guard. Ils parlent plus de 25 langues, dont plusieurs dialectes
They
autochtones.
speak over
À
25
l'image de la
languages and
diversité
many
du territoire.
indigenous dialects.
They reflect the cultures, the languages, and the deep knowledge of the land. They are leaders. They are stewards.
Well, obviously not all heroes wear capes. Some just wear their courage. Merci à vous, Canadian Rangers.
Thank you, Canadian
for
Rangers.
your service, your strength, and your unwavering dedication. It is now an immense pleasure to introduce the Governor General of Canada. Veuillez accueillir la
Please
30e
welcome
gouverneur
the 30th
général
Governor
du Canada,
General of Canada.
Excellency, the Right Honorable Mary Simon.
Good afternoon. Bonjour. Prime Minister, Minister, Your Royal Highness, Your Honor, National Indigenous leaders, Nathan Obed and Victoria Pruden, and dignitaries. Chers Canadiens et Canadiennes,
Dear Canadians,
fellow Canadians, Nunahadika, it's so good to see you celebrating and enjoying this show. Quel bon spectacle.
what a fantastic show.
Meeting Canadians this year, from coast to coast to coast, I saw many reasons to celebrate. J'ai vu de la résilience.
I saw
J'ai vu de
resilience,
la compassion.
compassion,
J'ai vu de l'espoir.
and hope.
Your Royal Highness, your presence here today and the recent visit of Their Majesties King Charles and Queen Camilla are clear demonstrations of your fondness for our country. Today, I want to share with you what I like about Canada. We share this vast land, and I love that in all of its enormous geography, it's often the little things that transform lives and communities. The small steps you take each day really count, and they add up. Les pas que vous faites chaque jour
The small
sont
steps that you take
importants.
each day count.
What I have seen is people acting with kindness, teaching children, building bridges, understanding between people. We are on a journey of reconciliation, making a path with passion and compassion, courage and care. It began by truly listening, by honoring the truth of the past and holding space for the pain and resilience carried by Indigenous peoples. Kindness is the thread that weaves our communities together. Ce que vous faites chez vous, dans votre communauté,
What you do at home, in your community, gives life to a bigger picture. It's what builds this great country.
It often takes ayuinata. Ayuinata is an Inuit word. It means you have perseverance in the face of adversity. It means never give up. Cela signifie de ne jamais abandonner.
It means to never give up.
I remember my grandmother, Jeannie, when we were living in a small village, used to be called Fort Chimo. Now it's Kuujjuaq. When we were visiting with family and friends, the elders, as they were leaving the home of the visitors where we were, would say, Ayuinata, as they were leaving, everyone reminding themselves that we never gave up. So I'd like to ask you, all of you in this beautiful place, to say it with me. Ayuinata. Again, ayuinata. When we if you will indulge me 1 minute, I'd like to speak my mother tongue. Anana tsiara perok satilunga iqamagisora pulale gatta ino hatitinig anilangalugaming ukasungu hatalaw si mamata taimang ayuin nata ayuin na niakugu ilun nata taimelo hatta si mayuni ikaw masungu gama tana ukaw satta ilalagayalwa inutitun. When we commemorate our soldiers, when we see our athletes compete or students graduate, I see Ayuinata. It's part of Canada's story and one of the reasons we are all here today. Oh Canada, nous défendons le respect.
In Canada, we stand for respect. We stand for an equal and compassionate society where everyone belongs.
We work together to improve and protect this beautiful creation called Canada. When we include everyone, humanity is better for it. In a few minutes, we will have the honor of seeing 5 Canadians being invested into the Order of Canada for their exceptional achievements. Their actions, year after year, make Canada better. Leur geste améliore le Canada.
Their actions make Canada better.
Across this great country, thank you, Nakormik, Huyanamik, for showing us all your deep, enduring love for Canada. Happy Canada Day, Bonne Fête to Canada. Canada ulungani aliasugitsi, khobiasugitsi.
The Order of Canada was established in 1967, and today it is the centerpiece of our honor system. Those who are members of the Order of Canada write the soundtrack of our lives, and their words spark our imagination. They unite our communities through their service and advance humanity in their relentless pursuit of innovation. L'Ordre du Canada a été créé en 1967.
The Order of Canada was created in 1967 and is today the cornerstone of our honorary system. Members of the Order of Canada have words that stimulate our imagination. They unite our communities. They are at the service of their communities and innovate and help.
As part of the Canada Day ceremony, we are pleased to recognize great Canadians. Pour la première fois, dans le cadre de la cérémonie de la Fête du Canada,
within the framework of this ceremony, we will recognize these great Canadians.
Veuillez accueillir Heather Rankin, Ryan Reynolds, Diantha Ray Edmonds, Scott Oak, Kim Thuy Lee Tan, to receive the insignia of Officer of the Order of Canada, pour recevoir l'insigne d'officier de l'Ordre du Canada, Heather Rankin. Heather Rankin is a singer and songwriter, an esteemed member of the award-winning band, the Rankin Family. Her solo albums and performances have inspired fans from coast to coast to coast. She's a revered icon of Cape Breton music and a generous mentor in her field. Chanteuse et auteure-compositrice, Heather Rankin est une membre estimée du groupe primé The Rankin Family. Ses spectacles et albums solo ont inspiré ses admirateurs d'un bout à l'autre du pays. Elle est une icône vénérée de la musique du Cap-Breton et une mentor généreuse dans son domaine. Votre Excellence, Your Excellency, Heather Rankin. Ryan Reynolds has captivated audiences worldwide, notably writing, producing, and starring in the widely successful Deadpool films. Off-screen, he supports Canadian causes, including Water First Education, Covenant House Vancouver, and Sick Kids Foundation, and co-founded initiatives to increase opportunities for underrepresented groups. His far-reaching philanthropy continues to strengthen communities nationwide. Ryan Reynolds a séduit le public du monde entier, notamment grâce au très populaire film Deadpool, qu'il a co-scénarisé et coproduit, en plus d'y interpréter le rôle principal. Parallèlement à sa carrière cinématographique, il soutient des causes canadiennes telles que Water First Education, Covenant House Vancouver et la Fondation Sick Kids, et il a cofondé des initiatives visant à multiplier les possibilités pour les groupes sous-représentés. Sa philanthropie de grande portée contribue à renforcer les communautés partout au pays. Your Excellency, Votre Excellence, Ryan Reynolds. Insignia of Member of the Order of Canada pour recevoir l'insigne de membre de l'Ordre du Canada, Diantha Ray Edmonds. Diantha Edmonds is the first Inuk professional classical soprano in Canada. Recognized as one of our country's most prolific emerging creators of performance works, she's been a tireless ambassador of the centuries-long traditions of Nunatsiavut musicians and an agent of reconciliation. Through her recordings and performances around the globe, she has empowered Indigenous voices and revealed their stories to the world. Diantha Edmonds est la première soprano classique professionnelle inuit au Canada. Reconnue comme l'une des créatrices émergentes les plus prolifiques de notre pays, elle a été une infatigable ambassadrice des traditions séculaires des musiciens du Nunatsiavut et a œuvré à la promotion de la réconciliation. Ses enregistrements et ses représentations ont porté les voix des Autochtones et fait entendre leur histoire dans le monde entier. Votre Excellence, Your Excellency, Diantha Ray Edmonds. Scott Oak is a dedicated advocate for addiction recovery. In memory of his late son, he co-founded the Bruce and Ann Oak Memorial Foundation and the Bruce Oak Recovery Center, which serves marginalized populations across Canada. He is also a distinguished sports broadcaster for CBC Sports, Sportsnet, and Hockey Night in Canada. Scott Oak est un fervent défenseur du traitement de la dépendance. En mémoire de son défunt fils, il a cofondé la Bruce Ann Oak Memorial Foundation et le Bruce Oak Recovery Center, qui se consacre aux populations marginalisées partout au Canada. Il est également un commentateur sportif reconnu pour CBC Sports, Sportsnet et Hockey Night in Canada. Your Excellency, Votre Excellence, Scott Oak. Kim Thuy est une romancière d'origine vietnamienne dont les œuvres acclamées retracent la diaspora vietnamienne, mettent en lumière l'expérience des migrants et l'apprentissage d'une nouvelle culture. Elle est l'auteure de Roux, qui a été adapté au cinéma 2023, ainsi que Man, Vie et M. Et ses ouvrages ont été publiés dans le monde entier. Elle soutient activement le Centre d'expertise en autisme SACAD, où elle cherche à favoriser une meilleure compréhension de l'autisme. Kim Thuy is a Vietnamese-born novelist whose acclaimed literature traces the Vietnamese diaspora, highlighting the migrant experience and the learning of a new culture. She authored Roux, adapted to film in 2023, as well as Man, V, and M, and her works have been published worldwide. She actively supports the Centre d'expertise en autisme SACAD, where she strives to provide a better understanding of autism. Your Excellency, Votre Excellence, Kim Thuy. This celebration of excellence is thanks to a nomination that someone submitted for a Canadian honor. This, in turn, triggered the vital work of the teams at Rideau Hall, along with the Advisory Council, who recommended appointments to the Governor-General to honor these Canadians of distinction here today. Cette célébration de l'excellence est possible grâce à une mise en candidature soumise pour une distinction honorifique canadienne. Cela a ensuite déclenché le travail essentiel des équipes de Rideau Hall ainsi que celui du Conseil qui ont recommandé à la gouverneure générale la nomination de ces Canadiennes et Canadiens d'exception que nous honorons aujourd'hui.
Wow, quite an accomplishment. Please join me in congratulating today's newly invested appointees. Félicitons ensemble ces nouvelles personnes investies à l'ordre. Congratulations, bravo. Certaines chansons traversent le temps. Elles marquent une époque.
Songs transcend time. They sometimes represent a feeling, and they become classics, entrenched in the collective memory of a country.
Unforgettable voices and iconic hits that have shaped Canadian music across the decades. From 1975 to today, de Céline Dion à Marjo, from Bryan Adams to Alanis Morissette, de Shania Twain and Nelly Furtado. Et on ne pouvait pas présenter un
And we
medley
could
de
not
chansons
present a medley of songs that have forged our tradition without presenting a song from Harmonium, the legendary group from Quebec. 1 week ago, Canadian music lost a giant, the one and only Serge Fiori, pioneer of the music scene since the 1970s. He was able to open up new horizons with Harmonium.
Classics both in Canada and abroad, and today stand among the most precious jewels of our musical heritage. I was fortunate enough to interview Serge on numerous occasions. Je garde en mémoire le
I keep
souvenir
a
d'un homme
warm memory of a man who was so kind and humble and with an unequaled creative generosity.
and the way he could, with a single lyric, touch both the individual soul and the collective heart of an entire nation. Just like Harmonium's legacy, here is a medley of songs that have stood the test of time. Pour vous interpréter ces chansons qui célèbrent
With
des
these songs
anniversaires
that have stood the test of time,
an incredible lineup of performers. Voici Garou, Ali Walker, Raphaël Roy, Don Cumberbatch, and Franck Julien.
Little too and yeah, I really do think tomorrow it's like on your wedding day, it's a free ride when you've already paid to get advice that you just didn't take. And who would have thought we'd figure
You're beautiful, that's for sure. You'll never, ever fade. You're lovely, but it's not for sure that I won't ever change. And though my love is rare, and though my love is true, yeah, I'm like a bird, I'll only fly away. I don't know what my soul is, I don't know where my home is. I'm like a bird, I'll only fly away. I don't know where my soul is, I don't know where my home is. And baby, all I need for you to know is I'm like a bird, I don't know where my soul is, I don't know where my home is. I don't know. I'm like a bird, I don't know where my soul is, I don't know where my home is. And baby, all I need for you to know is
Entends la nuit sur la pointe des pieds. Tu es une fille de nuit, la sœur de bébé Lily. Tu fais rêver les hommes, tu les rends fous d'amour. Tu fais rêver les hommes, tu les rends fous d'amour. Nuit et jour. Oh, nuit et jour. Tu fais rêver les hommes, tu les rends fous d'amour. Tu fais rêver les hommes, tu les rends fous d'amour. Nuit et jour.
6-string, bought it out of 5 and dime, played it till my fingers bled. It was the summer of a '69. Needing some gas from school, Alabama, we tried real hard till we quit. Jordan got married. We should have known we never get far. I went to look back now. The shower seems to last forever. Only if I had a choice. Yeah, I always wanna be there. Those were the best days of my life. I wanna hear back in the summer of '69. I'm complaining when you got a job to do. Spend my evening down at the driveway, and that's when I met you. Yeah, standing on the mama's porch, he told me that you wait forever. And when he held my hand, I knew that it was now or never. Those were the best days of my life. Oh yeah, back in the summer of '69. Oh yeah, I was the summer of '69. Me and my baby in the '69. Yeah, I begin every day.
Un immense bravo à tous nos artistes.
Congratulations to all our artists from today, and that's you.
A big round of applause for our house band. Applaudissez nos musiciens et choristes sous la direction
Under the
de
direction of Guillaume Marchand, our house band. Congratulations and thank you.
Who braved the heat with us. Bless you, thank you. Et à tous les téléspectateurs à la maison.
And to everyone at home, thank you so much for having tuned in. Don't miss tonight's show for Canada Day. Isabelle Racicot will be the MC.
To celebrate our Canada loud and proud with your host, Isabelle Racicot. Happy Canada Day, everybody. Bonne fête du Canada.
Happy Canada Day.
Merci de votre accueil. Bonne chance.
Félicitations, félicitations, merci. Merci bien. OK. À ce soir, à ce soir.
Félicitations, félicitations.
C'est bon. C'est bon. Very welcome.
Scott looks fantastic, man, too. He's done lots in the city.
Lots of good.
Yeah.
Good. Hi, how are you? Nice to see you. Hi. How are you? Good. You all good? Good. How are you? Who wants my camera? I'll give you a camera. No, you have to change the water. Let drink out of it. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yes, I got it. Yes. All right. This is the team. Hey. I can't believe you guys are so
Fantastic.
No, but you arrived here in time. Epic is epic, but it's epic.
Can we do a photo with you? Would you be okay with that?
We'll do that, and then why don't I get Audrey will take a photo with you.
Here, I'll get in here. Awesome. Thank you so much. Watch your footsteps.
Can we up here?
Yeah, there we go.
If anybody all right, Daryl? Are you guys taking the rest of the day off?
No, you're coming for a ride.
She can come with a ride. She got set up the ride already. I'm just a pure Peloton. We got a ways to go, yeah.
Thank you so much. Appreciate that.
So we
Thank you, sir.
would be good to when do you finish your first
July 10th. Yeah, so we're 5,000 kilometers in. We have 2,000 left, so it's all downhill.
Yeah.
So we've already surpassed our fundraising goal. We've raised $1 million. So we're stopping now, right? Are we? No way. I'm still working on my 10.
All the type to redefine greatness after, right? So okay, so July 10th, and then we've got connection right in with the government. I know.
Yes, yeah. Well, Marathon of Hope Cancer got an hour, and we're in the final year right now of that. So we're looking for phase 2.
Yeah. So maybe we can. Are you based in Vancouver?
I am.
And are you by the end of the month you'll be back there, or
I'll be back? Yes. July 11th back home, so we should maybe arrange something.
We'll arrange something. I'm there at the end of the month, or the 20 something. I don't know. It's in my head somewhere, but
okay.
You got the. Terminons-le. Terminons-le. C'est le vôtre?
Oui.
C'est le vôtre. Je cherche.
Ben, j'en ai deux à la maison. J'en ai deux, français et anglais.
Français et anglais?
Oui.
Bon, moi, je parle
Les
français.
deux. Je te donne les deux. Oh, regarde moi.
Ouais, également. Okay, well, listen, you guys, thank you so much.
Nice to meet you. Appreciate it.
Really, really great. And really, I mean, not just for the cause, which is fundamental, but you inspire these parts of the legacy is many years. People get inspiration.
Yeah. For 22 days, this is confirmed. This is an incredible country. It's a big country. It's big. It's big. It's really big. Incredible. You've been a sponge of stories about Terry in this country, and I just want to share them with you. People love this country as we are right now.
Yeah.
We're in a very good place.
We are in a good place.
Very good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Bon travail, on est fiers de vous.
Oui, qui a la photo? Mademoiselle. Mademoiselle. On est chance, on est moment clé.
Take a selfie.
Selfie, okay?
Thank you for all you've done.
Salut, hein? Salut, madame. Hi, how are you? Thank you. It's very hot out here. You gotta stay hydrated.
Take a picture.
How are you? You should be up on stage with that. Pleasure. Nice to meet you. Venus to mine. Nice to meet you. Mr. Carney. Nice to meet you. Hey, happy Canada Day. Exactly. Happy Canada Day.
Bank of Canada folks say hi, Mark.
Bank of Canada
Folks, they say hi. We miss you.
The
West Coast on the last time we saw you skating. In Stittsville.
In Stittsville, that was cold. That was cold. But it was worth it.
Absolutely.
It was worth it. It pushed them over. Actually, we didn't need me. Bruce didn't need me.
Proud co-owner, Mark. Proud co-owner. Yeah.
They're doing well, huh? Sorry, guys. Yeah. So Happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day, everyone. Happy Canada Day. Congratulations. Thank you for coming out. Happy Canada Day. It was great.
Thank you very much, sir.
Oh, that's right. Okay. They do. Okay, I'll tell them. Happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day.
Happy Canada Day.
I think the band was better. Merci beaucoup. Merci. Happy Canada Day.
Okay, cool.
C'est seulement moi, c'est seulement moi. Ouais, c'est mieux. Okay, so you step back a little bit here.
I know you're smart.
The gate is not solid.
Okay. Thank you.
Happy Canada Day, sir.
Happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day. Where'd you get my glasses? I've been looking all over for them. They're the kids in the best glasses ever. Are the Jays here? Sorry, guys. Happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day, everyone. Happy Canada Day. Yep, there's the future up there. Happy Canada Day. Happy Canada Day. You guys have the best Canada. All right.
Thank you. Whoa.
Welcome to the Foreign Office. Welcome to our press briefing. Minister Wadefull and his Canadian counterpart are here with us today. Mr. Wadefull will speak in German. His Canadian colleague will speak in English. If we're all ready to go and the team is ready too, we will start and we will have time for a few questions. Foreign Minister. Anita.
Chez vos amis oder herzlich willkommen, kann ich auch sagen. Du hast Wurzeln in der Nähe.
You have your roots near Wuppertal, so I can also speak in German to you. We're delighted that after the NATO summit yesterday, we were able to meet for a more detailed discussion today. Canada is not only a reliable ally for Germany. There might be an ocean between us, but we are connected by strong values and joint interests, like with hardly any other country outside Europe. And this important bridge across the Atlantic is something that we want to strengthen further, both economically and politically, and also with regard to raw materials both our countries need so urgently. The strong presentation of Canada at Hanover Trade Fair in March illustrates where we are heading. In times in which trade bridges start getting shaky, we have created a very strong foundation with CETA trade agreement. And this foundation is strong also in terms of defense. This is what NATO has demonstrated very impressively only yesterday. With the allies agreeing on spending 5% for defense in the future, we are sending out a strong message of unity and our ability to act. Germany will continue on this path with determination. This has also become possible thanks to the historic change in Germany's basic law that allows us to invest in our defense in entirely new dimensions. Not because we want to do a favor to anyone, but because it is necessary for our own security. Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine forces us to think and design our security in new ways. In Ukraine, Putin still banks on attrition. He still terrorizes Ukrainians day and night with missile and drone attacks. This is not what readiness for peace looks like. So this is the time to increase pressure on Russia, on Putin, on all levels. Part of this is, of course, in concrete terms, additional sanctions. It is ever more important that the 18th sanction package is now adopted as soon as possible. Anita, I'm very grateful that Canada, as the G7 presidency, has demonstrated such strong leadership. Under difficult circumstances, you succeeded at the last summit to send out a message of unity. We know that our strength mainly lies in us standing united. The EU-Canada summit on Monday marked a milestone in our relations. The new agreement on security and defense partnership creates more security on both sides of the Atlantic. And I would like to especially point out maritime security in that regard. A year ago, Canada, Germany, and Norway started the Partnership for Maritime Security. We are not only strengthening NATO's posture in the North Atlantic. With the accession of Denmark, we are even expanding this structure. It serves the protection of critical maritime routes and the enhancement of our resilience and joint innovation, procurement, and training. Also, when it comes to the procurement of new submarines, we would like to collaborate even more strongly with you in the future. Germany and Norway are developing and building cutting-edge submarines, and we would, of course, be delighted to see Canada joining this club as a partner. This is more than just a question of procurement. It is a joint strategic direction we're taking among close partners. It combines state-of-the-art capabilities with industrial cooperation and long-term maintenance prospects in Canada. Of course, we have also discussed the situation in the Middle East today. The fact that the ceasefire is being respected between Iran and Israel comes as a great relief, because a ceasefire then allows us to embark on the path of diplomacy. My Canadian colleague and I agreed today that the leadership in Tehran must finally say once and for all, loud and clear and in a transparent manner, that Iran does not aim for a nuclear bomb. That is the joint position of the E3 and the US. The Iranian parliament has decided to suspend cooperation with the International Atomic Energy Agency. And in this regard, it is, of course, an entirely wrong signal. I call on the Iranian government to refrain from taking that path. Anita, together we are strongly committed to defending our shared values, our democracy, and our freedom. Germany and Canada stand shoulder to shoulder, knowing that we must defend our joint values with determination. So thank you very much for being here in Berlin today.
Guten Tag, bonjour, good morning. Es ist mir eine Freude.
I'm delighted to be here today with my German counterparts. While we're looking back on long-standing relations between Canada and Germany, I don't speak a lot of German, but I enrolled in 2 classes at university, and my cousins are German. They live in a town called Schwelm near Düsseldorf. I spent many summers in Germany, but I've never been to Berlin. So thank you very much for the warm welcome you've given me today.
Merci beaucoup d'être ici avec nous aujourd'hui, mes amis, mais je vais parler en anglais aujourd'hui, si vous me permettez. Canada and Germany have long enjoyed strong ties, as you've just heard in my opening sentences, founded in friendship, deepened by migration, and strengthened through decades of collaboration in multilateral institutions and military alliances, just like NATO, and in fact, returning from NATO and the NATO summit was where we not only convened as G7 foreign ministers, but also as countries to commit multilaterally to the 5% of GDP mark. Economically, if I could go back to the bilateral relationship, Canada and Germany are natural partners. In 2024, for example, Germany and Canada shared heightened trade relationships. In fact, Germany was Canada's largest merchandise export market of all European countries, European Union countries, and our 6th largest trading partner globally. Our businesses are deeply connected, and we have seen a 42% increase in trade since the implementation of CETA. And when we think of this economic partnership, some amazing companies and organizations come to mind. On the German side, Siemens, Siemens Energy, BASF, Bayer, K&S. On the Canadian side, those companies who have strong relationships here in Germany, Linamar, Magna, Martin Ray, QNS, CGI, CAE, OpenText come to mind, and many, many others. Today, we are focused on future-facing partnerships in areas that matter to our people and our planet: energy security, critical minerals, raw materials generally, and defense, including cybersecurity. This is a time when Canada's diplomacy on the international stage will be tied to our economic prosperity domestically. And as Canada's foreign minister, my priority is not only to advance Canada's long-standing values of peace and security and protection of civilians, but also to ensure that we are enhancing our domestic economy by diversifying our trade relationships overall. We are also, therefore, encouraged by the ambitious outcomes of the recent Canada-US summit, Canada-EU summits, this past Monday, which included the signing of a new security and defense partnership. So you can see that our emphasis as a country is on our bilateral relationships and our multilateral relationships overall. Nous avons vu que nous allons avoir le progrès sur les ententes multilatérales et nous continuons de faire les choses comme ça sur l'étage mondial. We also cannot forget that in our joint declaration that we signed on Monday with the EU, we will continue to recognize the importance of the Women, Peace and Security Agenda, which celebrates its 25th anniversary this year and provides an excellent example of our integrated values of security, peace, and democracy. Noch einmal, ich freue mich.
So once again, I'm delighted to be here with my esteemed colleague, and we are looking forward to taking your questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Die erste Frage hat Herr Riegert.
I have a little gift that I would like to provide to my dear friend, Johan. Johan?
Thank you so much.
When I was Minister of National Defense, I had a special coin made, 300 coins, which are personal to my principles of leadership, which are engraved on this coin. And I wanted to present it to you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you for everything.
Nach diesem protokollarischen Teil herzlichen Dank. Die erste Frage hat Herr Riegert von der Deutschen Welle.
Madame Arnaud,
Der Riegert, Deutsche Welle.
performances of President Trump on recent summits, are you less or more confident that he will now refrain from his project to conquer your country? Is he bully or daddy? Und an Sie, Herr Wadefuhl, auch eine Frage. Im Nahen Osten spielt da deutsche und europäische Außenpolitik noch eine Rolle oder geht es jetzt nur noch um die...
Foreign Minister, do you also want to negotiate with Iran, or will you leave that entirely to the US?
Start because the response from the Canadian side is that we will never be the 51st state. We will always stand for Canada's sovereignty, Canada's independence, Canada's territorial integrity, and indeed, our relationship with the United States stretches over hundreds of years, and that relationship, bound by geography across the 49th parallel, will continue as we travel the road ahead. We were very pleased to welcome all G7 countries in Kananaskis as the host country for the G7, and Prime Minister Carney indeed was pleased to be the host of that summit. Similarly, at the NATO summit in The Hague, where we are all, as 32 members, independent sovereign countries, standing together for the principles of the NATO alliance, which include territorial integrity, multilateralism, and the sovereignty of states. Now is the time where we will have that unity together to address crises in our world, not least of which is the further illegal, unjustifiable invasion of Ukraine by Russia in 2022. So let's continue on that basis, and I have full confidence that that is the way ahead for not only Canada and the United States, but for all countries of NATO, generally speaking. Thank you.
I would only like to add that Germany is very glad that Canada is such a strong leader in the G7. The summit in Canada was a huge success. It demonstrated unity, as I just said, and that is decisive for us. My colleague Anita Anand also invited us as the G7 foreign ministers to another meeting, and we will be happy to come. I think the G7 states need to continue to coordinate closely this year with so many challenges ahead at the international level. And I'm grateful, and I think all of my colleagues too, that Canada is such a strong presidency, and also in terms of foreign policy, we will continue to work closely together. Europe, and especially the E3, are decisive for solving the Iran conflict. As you know, we have an important question to deal with when it comes to sanctions, that is the snapback mechanism. So we need to be part of any agreement for this critical issue. And of course, and by the way, both sides, as you said, have demonstrated their willingness to include us. Iran wishes to see a European component in this, and we are ready to provide that. What is missing is direct talks between Iran and the US. There are good signs that this will happen. All our diplomatic efforts are focused on making a written agreement possible, and that negotiations about this start as soon as possible, and that Europe, especially the E3 format, will play a central role in this. Welt TV. Mr. Wadefull, I had a question to you, and the Foreign Office states that the federal government wants to stop funding for civilian sea rescue at sea. Do you think it is reasonable that Germany withdraws from this moral obligation? Well, I think in the end, this is correct to do that. And I've always said that Germany is committed to humanitarian issues. We will continue to help people where they suffer. And that's absolutely clear. I don't think that it is a task of the Foreign Office to do this specific task in sea rescue. So we changed our policy in that regard. But my political approach is to use diplomatic means to make sure that such refugee routes can be reduced. And I would like to work on the root causes in Africa for these refugee movements. I think we need to act where the needs are most eminent, that is, for example, South Sudan. We, the Federal Ministry for International Cooperation and Development and the Foreign Office, I met the head of the Welthungerhilfe yesterday. They are also active in that regard, and unfortunately, due to the critical situation there, we need to step up our efforts there on the ground.
For being here. One question. Mr. Wadefull mentioned the submarines and that he hopes that there will be a kind of cooperation contract with Canada. How hopeful are you that this is going to happen? Und eine Frage noch zum...
And one question to Mr. Wadefull. How confident are you that there will be a meeting between the US and Iran? Getting things going.
And the Minister of National Defense, and now I'm the Minister of Foreign Affairs. So I'm well placed to answer the question on procurements generally. And the way in which our procurements, especially for large assets for our military, function is that they are run by a robust and independent process where the political leaders do not have a role in. And that was the case, for example, with our F-35 contract, which we have signed with Lockheed Martin. The robust process means that multiple bids will be considered, and there will be a decision by the experts around the table, including the public servants, again, detached from the political process. And so that outline of the way our process works should provide you with a sense that we know that there's expertise here in Germany. We know that there is a series of bids from other countries, some of which are in this region. However, I will refrain from commenting on the viability and the likelihood of any particular bid, given that there is a robust process that occurs at the non-political level.
Ich sehe keine vernünftige Alternative.
I don't think there is a reasonable alternative to the fact that Iran and the US will talk to each other directly and negotiate directly. This is what we focus all our efforts on. I am in contact not only with the American foreign minister, but also with the Iranian foreign minister, and I can assure you that not only myself, but also the colleagues in Paris and London do everything they can to make this happen as soon as possible. Thank you.
On that situation is that I'm sure it's the case for my dear friend Johan as well, but while we think about the next steps between Iran and Israel, we have to make sure that there is a return to the negotiating table somehow, and that will include verifiability and transparency in Iran's nuclear program. We also need to ensure that there is respect for civilians, civilian lives at every turn. And in that respect, we'll continue to ensure that we have services available for Canadians throughout the region as they seek to leave the region or as they seek to have some support from the Government of Canada. And all of the allies, and certainly the G7 countries, are seeking to help each other in these moments. Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Herzlichen Dank.
Good morning, everyone. It's wonderful to have a room full of friends and colleagues here today, so welcome. My name is Michelle Thompson. I am the MLA for Antigonish, the Minister of Health and Wellness for the province of Nova Scotia, and I'm pleased to be here to welcome you all today and be part of today's celebration, the celebration of the relationship, the strong relationship we have between Nova Scotia and Lebanon. So we do have a few speakers with us today, and so I'm going to introduce everyone now so you'll know who's speaking, and they'll turn it off to one another as the event goes on. So our speakers today, of course, are the Honourable Tim Houston, Premier of Nova Scotia, Mr. Wadea Fairs, Honorary Consul to Lebanon in Halifax, Dr. Sola Bahous, Dean of the School of Medicine at the Lebanese American University, who is joining us virtually from Lebanon. Here. Dr. Kamal Badr, Executive Vice Dean at the Faculty of Medicine at the American University of Beirut, also joining us virtually today. Welcome to you both. Dr. Mohammed Sarood, Family Physician in Halifax, and Dr. Gus Grant, Registrar and CEO of the College of Physicians and Surgeons for Nova Scotia. So with that, Premier Houston, I invite you to say a few words.
Thank you for that very tepid applause. What a pleasure to be with you today. This is a good day. This is a good day. So thank you all for being here. Fixing the healthcare system, making sure Nova Scotians have access to healthcare. This has been a priority of mine since even before the first term. As leader of the opposition, we were very focused on what can we do in healthcare, what can we do, and certainly in the first term, it was pretty much all of my energy and brain power was focused on. We're making incredible progress on the healthcare file. We really are, but we know there's work that continues to be done, and we're focused on doing that. But you can't fix healthcare without people, without healthcare professionals. Doctors and all of their colleagues. We need them. We've been working hard at home and abroad to bring more doctors to Nova Scotia, to keep doctors here in Nova Scotia, and certainly we know how important these partnerships are with people across the spectrum and around the world, really. And in Halifax here, we have, look around the city. I mean, the Lebanese community built a lot of the city. Where would the city be without our Lebanese community? So now we turn again to that strong friendship and relationship and those traditions and look for help as we fix our healthcare system and build up our healthcare system. So that's really what this is about today, is partnerships.
and relationships and working together for the good of Nova Scotia. So today, you know, we're talking about, we're formalizing the relationship between Nova Scotia and 2 universities in Lebanon. We will work together to bring family doctors to Nova Scotia. And part of that is a new agreement between the province and the Lebanese American University. This is a big moment. We're thankful to the Lebanese American University for their partnership here. And under this pilot program, we'll see 10, at least, should we say, 10 family physicians come to Nova Scotia over the next 5 years, a couple a year, and we build momentum. It's a good thing. This is a good thing, and this builds on the existing strong and established relationship that the province has with Lebanon's American University in Beirut. That relationship has been in place for a while. It's already supporting physicians to come to Nova Scotia. And this is a good thing. We're thankful for that relationship as well, and the presence of those doctors here in Nova Scotia. These are doctors who want to make Nova Scotia their home, and we have opportunities for them here in this province. So it's a perfect match. And I know that several physicians are here with us today from the AUB. We're glad you're here in our province, and we're thankful for that. Thank you for that. And you know, our commitment is to continue to move forward, to continue to build on the relationship, certainly with the American University in Beirut, but both the schools we're talking about today. To just strengthen ties between our province and Lebanon, strengthen ties between communities, and just strengthen ties between each of us and the friendships that we have. So we're thankful for that. We're thankful for Wadia, the Honorary Council. Your work on this has been absolutely incredible. Thank you for your determination. And you got it over the line, but I know you wouldn't have got it over the line without Kathy, so thank you. Thank you for your commitment to our province, and to all those others with us here today. Thank you for your determination and dedication on this. I know certainly Gus, your work on the healthcare file has been incredible. I challenged you a couple of years ago to figure some of this stuff out, and we see the pace thing. That's an incredible thing. I know you put a lot of personal energy and commitment to this announcement today in this relationship. Thank you for your commitment, Gus. And Minister Thompson and the team at Health. I mean, you put a lot into this. You put a lot into serving Nova Scotians, and I'm very grateful to serve with you. Thank you for that. And to each of you for joining us here today, I just tell you that I'm proud of where we're at. I'm proud of the momentum we have on this healthcare file. We're leading the country on a lot of metrics, and we're getting recognition across the country. But I know that it's no time to sit and rest. We have to keep working harder. There's more to be done, and you have my commitment, my personal commitment, that we will continue to push hard on this file and make sure that Nova Scotians get the health care that they have every right to expect in the timely fashion that they have a right to expect it. So thanks for being with us today. This is an incredible day. I'm happy. This is my happy look. This is it, folks. As good as it gets. But thank you. And with that, I'll turn it over to Honorary Council for Lebanon and Halifax, Mr. Wadia Ferris. Thank you.
Thank you, Premier. Thank you very much. تحية كبيرة لأحبائنا ببيروت، دكتور بدر، دكتور بحوس. إن شاء الله قريبا بنشوفكم وجه لوجه. That was a joke too. No. Good day, everyone. Thank you, really thank you for being here as we celebrate a truly meaningful milestone. One that speaks to vision, collaboration, and the power of relationship across borders. Just 2 years ago, this initiative to recruit family physicians from Lebanon to Nova Scotia began with a simple conversation, one I had with Dr. Gus Grant. His encouragement and the strong support from the College of Physicians and Surgeons gave this idea its first spark. That spark quickly turned into momentum, fueled by productive meetings with the Department of Health, Department of Immigration, and by the dedication of many, including Dr. Ziad Farhat, whose presence on our trip to Lebanon and whose heartfelt testimony about making Nova Scotia his home made a lasting impression. But today is about more than just one successful initiative. It is about the power of the relationship between Lebanon and Nova Scotia. A relationship built on shared values, deep cultural ties, and mutual respect. As Consul of Lebanon in Halifax, I have always believed that diplomacy works best if it empowers people. This is a perfect example of that. We matched a very real need in Nova Scotia healthcare system with the incredible human capital that Lebanon continues to offer. This was never just about recruitment. It was about building lasting bridges of opportunity and trust. Our Lebanese community takes immense pride in being able to give back to this province that welcomed us. We are proud not only of our roots, but also of the roles we now play as builders, connectors, and contributors to Nova Scotia's future. At the Consulate, we are proud to have been behind this initiative every step of the way, helping to create a bridge that now serves both Nova Scotian patients and Lebanese families. This is how partnership should work, grounded in respect, shaped by purpose, and strengthened by shared success. To our new family doctors, we are absolutely thrilled to welcome you. You bring more than skill and compassion. You bring a proud tradition of excellence, and we hope your journey here is filled with both purpose and belonging. To those who made this possible, policymakers, academic partners in Lebanon and Nova Scotia, immigration officials, and community champions, especially the dedicated team that traveled with us to Lebanon, your collaboration and vision were instrumental. Thank you. I would be remiss not to mention the warmth we received in Beirut, the generosity of our hosts, the professionalism of every institution we visited, and the overwhelming positive response we encountered. The support and partnership of both the AUB and the LAU were outstanding. Their openness, commitment, and willingness to turn a shared vision into reality deserve our deepest gratitude. A heartfelt thank you as well to my executive assistant, Aida. Happy birthday, by the way. For her tireless support throughout this process, and we're not finished. And to my wife, now thank you for your patience and understanding, especially when I borrowed a week from our vacation in Lebanon to be with the delegation. Dear friends, as we mark this achievement, let us also look to the future with confidence. This is just the beginning. More doctors will come, more communities will be supported, and more Nova Scotians will receive the timely, accessible, and high-quality care they deserve. Thank you for being part of this important chapter in Nova Scotia healthcare story. Let us move forward together with the gratitude, determination, and hope toward a healthier and a brighter future for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ferris, for your friendship and for the energy that you put into this project. It really is very meaningful to all of us. So thank you and everyone that supported you to do that. I'd next like to call upon Dr. Sola Bahous, Dean of the School of Medicine at Lebanese American University, who's joining us online to say a few words.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon from Beirut. It's a privilege to be here all together as we celebrate this purposeful and strategic collaboration between the Lebanese American University and the province of Nova Scotia. As we all know, this partnership is not only about education, it's about rather building a healthcare workforce with intent. Through this model, residents in family medicine are trained at LAU under a sponsored program. And in return to this investment by Nova Scotia, these future family doctors commit to serve Nova Scotia's communities. It is really an innovative approach to addressing a real challenge, which is the shortage of primary care physicians all over the world. But it's also more than that. It represents a model of mutual benefit and shared responsibility, supporting workforce migration in a structured, ethical, and responsive way. This collaboration ensures that physicians are not just trained, but they are deployed where they are needed most, bridging healthcare gaps while upholding the quality and continuity of care. At LAU, we see this as an expression of our mission to train outstanding physicians who are not only clinically excellent, but globally aware and socially accountable. We're very proud to contribute to Nova Scotia's health system while giving our graduates a meaningful path to grow, serve, and lead. So this is a win-win situation, and together we're strengthening both our systems, connecting people, values, and futures through this exemplary model of collaboration. Thanks to all who made this possible. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Dr. Bader, I invite you now to say a few words. Dr. Bader is the Executive Vice Dean at the Faculty of Medicine at the American University of Beirut.
Thank you very much. It's a wonderful pleasure to be with you. I recall very well when Mr. Ferris came to Beirut and proposed his idea to us. What I really liked about it was out of the box. It was bypassing a lot of the so-called regulations and rigidities that surround the systems of healthcare training across the globe. And we bought onto it right away because we knew that our graduates, whether they're from AUB or LAU, Lebanese graduates from American-based US medical schools are absolutely superb. They are among the best medical graduates one can encounter anywhere, and that is attested to by their record and what they've done after they graduated, both in terms of matching as well as the accomplishments that they have made across the decades in the United States and all over the world. So we have no doubt about the product, and we love the idea of partnering with Nova Scotia because of this positive spirit that we sensed when the idea was presented to us and because of its deeply Lebanese content, of course. We at AUB have already had two of our graduates. I think one of them will speak to you today, who have already completed work there. Two are on their way and two are being prepared. We look forward to a very long and extremely productive relationship. We thank you. We thank the authorities in Canada and in Nova Scotia specifically for being also creative and out-of-the-box thinkers and serving their community, but also in giving an opportunity for very talented Lebanese physicians. So thank you and God bless.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bader. It's now my distinct pleasure to invite Dr. Mohammed Sarood to the podium to talk a little bit about his experience here. So welcome.
Thank you very much. Honorable Timmy Houston, Premier of Nova Scotia, Honorable Michelle Thompson, Minister of Health and Wellness, His Excellency Mr. Wadir Faris, Consul of Lebanon in Halifax, my dear colleagues, ladies and gentlemen. I'm honored to share a bit about my journey as a new family doctor in Halifax, Nova Scotia. Starting my medical practice here has been both exciting and humbling. From day one, I felt the deep sense of trust that patients place in their family doctor. That's something I carry with responsibility and gratitude. The diversity of care in family medicine, from chronic disease management to preventive care and mental health, has truly highlighted how vital our role is in building long-term relationships with the family, with the patients and their families. Each encounter is a chance to listen, learn, and advocate. It's been incredibly rewarding to contribute to a system that values team-based care and community connection. As I continue to grow in this role, I look forward to strengthening those connections, learning from my colleagues, and continuing to serve this wonderful community and a beautiful province with compassion and integrity. On behalf of myself and my colleagues, the proud alumni of the American University of Beirut, we extend our deepest gratitude to this esteemed institution. We are especially thankful to the visionary leadership of the President of AUBMC, Dr. Fadlu Khoui, to the Executive Associate Dean for Medical Education, Dr. Kamal Badr, and to the Chief Medical Officer, Dr. Salah Zainuddin. Your dedication to excellence, innovation, and compassionate care has shaped generations of healthcare professionals. We are honored to be part of the AUB legacy. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank all the departments that worked with care and professionalism to get us to where we are today. Thank you to health, to immigration, and to physicians and surgeons of Nova Scotia for your support and collaboration. Dr. Gus Grant, thank you for believing in us and giving us this opportunity. My deepest gratitude and respect go to the Consul, Mr. Wadir Faris, and the Office of Lebanese Consulate in Halifax, especially to Ms. Aida as well, for their assistance at every level throughout the relocation process and for serving as the vital link between all departments involved. Dr. Ziad Farhat, Pediatric Interventional Radiologist and Assistant Professor at IWK Health Center, thank you for your immense support. Your success has played a significant role in helping us make the right decision to move to Halifax. Thank you very much, everyone.
I can't tell you how glad we are you're here. Yeah. And that you can be our ambassador to tell folks that it's really a great place to live and work. So thank you. And so I would like to call upon our last speaker, Dr. Gus Grant, Registrar and CEO of the College of Physicians and Surgeons, to address the crowd.
I don't know where the camera is, but it's nice to see Drs. Badur and Beirut. Today's a great day, and today's today's announcement and the success of the last year in recruiting physicians from Lebanon are first and foremost a recognition of the excellence of family medicine training at the American University of Beirut and the Lebanese American University. But they are also a reflection of the extraordinary and robust strength of the Lebanese Nova Scotian community who made this happen. As well, I would put to you that they are also a reflection of the willingness of Nova Scotia's government to lean into and invest in innovative solutions to our access to primary care challenges. I had an idea, but there's lots of ideas in healthcare, and there's probably too many ideas and not enough people who can execute on ideas. Because the success of today is a function of a collaboration with Mr. Farris opening doors and paving a way. I was able to go with a contingent of Nova Scotians to Lebanon, meet with these doctors, meet with the deans of their faculties, meet with the presidents of their universities, meet with their residents, look under the hood at their curriculum, get a true sense of their training. And I was able to satisfy myself entirely that these are physicians of excellence and that there's room for them to make contributions in Nova Scotia. And I should say, this is a first-of-a-kind initiative in Canada, that this is the first time a government, let alone a government and a consul, let alone a government, a consul, and a regulatory college have targeted specific faculties and gone over and ignored, and Dr. Badur, thank you for acknowledging that there's often red tape and administrative barriers that get in the way. But this was the first time ever in Canada that there's been a targeted, focused partnership formed with specific faculties in different jurisdictions. And I think with Dr. Sroor and Dr. Arafat who's here, and I had coffee this morning with Dr. Hamadeh and Dr. Azam, nice to see you. I think we've proven a concept that very specific targeted recruitment, when supported by diplomatic ties and received by a welcoming community, can bear fruit. It has borne fruit. I think we've built partnerships with these two faculties, and it's more than just a proof of concept. I think we're now in the process of building a bridge. And at coffee this morning, Dr. Hamadeh, who's here and I think is hoping to set up shop here in December, so she's just on a visiting trip here. Her sole focus over coffee was, how do I help? I've got some friends over there who want to come. I've got friends who want to hear more about Nova Scotia. So I really do think we're not just building a bridge, we're widening the bridge, which is an initiative that's causing some traffic problems in Nova Scotia right now. Anyhow, it's a really good day, and I'm delighted to have been part of this mission. But again, all credit flows to Mr. Farah's and Mr. Houston's government for leading this. So thank you.
So that concludes our speakers. We'll have an opportunity afterwards to break some bread and have a chance to get to know one another better. I'll certainly be here, and I would just like to acknowledge Nick Hilton, who's the Ministerial Assistant for the Department of Health and Wellness. Nick will be here as well in order for us to make some connections, and so just really looking forward to the opportunity to the upcoming conversations. So now the favorite part of the show. We have a few minutes for media to ask some questions, if you would like.
I'm Dan Harrison. I'm Director of Communications for Health and Wellness, and I'll be moderating the media question and answer. I ask a media of questions to rise and say your name and outlet, and to keep your questions pertinent to the event at hand. Thank you very much. Brian, do you have a question? Okay.
Premier, you talked about moving forward in your relationship with the Lebanon American University of Beirut. Is the goal to move towards a memorandum of understanding that would resemble the one that you've already struck with the Lebanese American University?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look, it's been a great relationship. It's been really, really beneficial to Nova Scotia. The quality of the graduates are incredible, and I hope they're experiencing a welcoming community, and they're definitely providing healthcare with Nova Scotians. So that's a relationship that is working. It's effective right now, but certainly we're happy to work towards a similar MOU and formalize it a little more for sure. But it's a relationship that we value very deeply as it stands. Now we'll embark on another relationship with another school, and I'm totally convinced it will be as fruitful.
There's a 3-year return of service agreement for these positions. Is there also a stipulation about where they will practice?
Not that I'm aware of. Nova Scotia. Look, we're always assessing the needs of communities around the province and trying to work with the communities, trying to work with healthcare professionals to make sure that we're matching up to meet those needs. But we have needs across the province, so we can usually find a way.
You spoke about there being already physicians coming from Lebanon. Why is it necessary to formalize this in a memorandum and to invest money in residencies if physicians are already coming here from Lebanon?
It's a sign of respect for what the institutions are doing, and look, these are. I think it's good when people know where everyone stands. So we have great respect. Obviously, it's reciprocated, and we think it's really important that we signify that with an agreement where it's necessary.
Okay, we're going to go to the phones right now. Michael McDonald from Canadian Press. Who would you like to speak to?
Question for the Premier. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yep.
Premier, could you tell us why the need for a family practice registry hasn't been updated?
Well, I think it is, Michael. Are you talking about specific to this month, or it's updated on a periodic basis? But what I would say is we know that there are Nova Scotians that need to be attached to primary care. That's been a major focus of our government. We know that in 2020, 2021, it was really on a pretty bad trajectory, let's say. But it got to a level. I think it was up to almost 160,000 Nova Scotians. It's somewhere in the range of 90,000 now. But really, the fact that it's come back down is really, the deeper message there is that the stability is happening across the system. We're building the mechanisms for people to access care. Agreements like today help make sure Nova Scotians can access care. So we update that registry on a regular basis. But what I would say to all those Nova Scotians that are still on that registry, are perhaps not attached to a primary care provider yet, I just remind them that we obviously want them to be, but there are ways to access care through the network that we've established with pharmacies, with clinics, with virtual care. There's a number of ways, and people that are in need of care should definitely reach out, but we want people to be attached to a permanent, consistent primary care provider, and that's been a focus of ours.
Thank you very much, Premier, and thanks, Michael. Jacob has a question.
I had another question.
Mr. Thompson,
but maybe smart people here can answer
a Michael, you may have been wondering about the numbers from the Aid Family waitlist from March to April, which a Freedom of Information request showed. I think 4,000 people were added to the list, but overall there was a reduction. But the province's numbers aren't showing how many people are going onto the list, and I'm hoping you can explain why it just shows the overall list and not who's joining the list.
The list is one number. It's a metric. Obviously, I care about it. My hair was black when I first started paying attention to this list. When I first became Premier, the list was basically limited to an Excel spreadsheet that had a list of names. Very little data about them. My 21-year-old son was on there just the same as his grandmother. They have different health needs. So we invested a lot of time in understanding the list, triaging the list, reaching out to people on the list to understand and update their needs, and then attach people on, based on that triage. So those most in need hopefully get attached, quicker than those other ones. So the province is a complex place. People move here every day. People move away every day. So there's always people coming and going, and by virtue of that, the list is kind of changing as it is. But for me personally, as Premier of the province, I look at the number and I look at directionally, which way is that going? And for a long time it was going up. Now it's going down. We'll continue to work till everyone's attached. But I think that the work that the health team has done and the Nova Scotians have done has been pretty remarkable. I think, I don't know this for a fact, I'll check it afterwards, or maybe you'll fact check it for me, but I believe that Nova Scotia has one of the smallest unattached percentages of their population in the country. Like, we have done remarkably well. There is work to be done, but we'll continue to do that. But I think it would be a disservice to all the people that are working so hard to attach people to try to blush over that and pretend that that hasn't happened, because it has happened in a very significant way.
Thank you, Premier, and thank you, Jacob. That is not a topic that's inside our preview for today. We also have other special guests here if you want to interview them too. Any other questions? Yes?
I'm not from the press. I'm Ziad Farhad, one of the regulators of that UK. I want to thank you for all this, but I want to extend this. I hope that it's a hope. Hopefully it's a request by all Nova Scotian that this would be more also for specialties as well, and hopefully this also can continue, not with those two universities, more memorandums with other universities that we know that they are more than capable to serve this Nova Scotians here.
Thank you for that, and thank you for your commitment to Nova Scotians as well. I do agree. We've focused pretty hard on primary care. There's a focus, that needs to ramp up on the specialties as well. That is happening, but I absolutely agree that the models that we've found on primary care and for a number of things, it can be replicated and applied to the specialties. So I thank you. Thank you for mentioning that and making sure we're focused on it as well. I appreciate that.
Thank you very much, Premier, and thank you all. This ends our formal part of our event. There's beautiful catering in the back, so if anybody would like to go ahead. But thank you, everyone.
Thank you, everybody. If I could have everybody rise, we are going to be singing "O Canada" together. Wow, I got the goosebumps. Hello, everyone. My name is Jesse Sahota. I am your common sense candidate in Delta. I want to welcome you to our Tawasin First Nations land in our beautiful riding of Delta, and I have an important question for you. After this lost liberal decade with costs and crime up and our economy down and under America's thumb, do you think the Liberals deserve a fourth term? We don't either, and I want to introduce to you our common sense conservative candidates from all over BC that are here with us today. Marie Rogers. Zach Siegel. The handsome Mauro Francis. Avi Nair. Ravinder Bhatia. Harjeet Singh Gill. Rajveer Talon. Sukhman Gill. The Honorable Carrie Lynn Finley. Lita Cabell. Keiko Van Popta. And Sukh Pandher. Also in attendance, our common sense Mayor, George Harvey. It's time to put Canada first for a change with a new Conservative government that will act taxes, build homes, unleash resources, stop crime, and bring home jobs and stand up to Trump from a position of strength. Common sense Canadians like yourself know that we need change. I'm here to tell you more about Pierre Poilievre, the only man who can bring real and meaningful change to Canada for Canadians. Today, I have the pleasure of introducing to you Anita Poilievre. Anita is an entrepreneur, dedicated advocate against human trafficking, and a staunch supporter of women's empowerment. Born in Venezuela and raised in Montreal, Anita moved to Ottawa in 2006, where she met her husband and future Prime Minister Pierre Poilievre in 2012. They married in 2017. An active member of the Conservative movement, she is the driving force behind the Conservative merch that we all love, and Pierre's #1 supporter. In 2024, she launched Their Stories Matter, an online platform dedicated to giving voice to survivors of human trafficking. Anita is committed to supporting women and elevating them through her online magazine, Pretty and Smart. Thank you, thank you. And her Led Her Forward initiative, which seeks to pay it forward by inspiring, connecting, and elevating women. But she will tell you that her greatest accomplishment and most important role is being a supportive wife and a proud mother of Valentina and cute little Cruz. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, Anita Poilievre.
Hey, what a pleasure to be here. What a fantastic weather. Thank you all. Well, here we are, where we must decide whether we're going to elect for a fourth time a Liberal government that has left us with a weakened economy, rising crime, and a country so divided, or are we going to elect a Conservative government who's going to put Canada first for a change? It's such a pleasure to be here. This journey began about 3 years ago for my husband and our family, when Pierre decided to run for the leadership of the Conservative Party of Canada. Ever since, he has been traveling from coast to coast to coast, so that he can step away from the Ottawa bubble and to listen Canadians directly. Because what we need is a government of the people, by the people. Leadership is not born in the boardroom of the elites. Leadership is not born from fancy titles and degrees. Leadership is born from the love of our country, patriotism, our true north, strong and free. But, you know, my husband has been at this for way more than 3 years. Pierre spent most of his adult life right here, at home, fighting for our youth, our seniors, our families, our Canadians to always, always put Canada first. So, when Mr. Carney says that my husband doesn't know how the world works, I'll tell you what. My husband knows how Canada works and how to make it work for all of us. Now, I am very proud to stand by my husband's side, and I truly believe that all of his policies are going to help all of us. But in order to understand why we're doing this, you need to know the man and the family behind it all. My husband, he was born from a teenage mother who gave him out for adoption to 2 school teachers from Saskatchewan. His family worked really hard, very humble beginnings, and they lived paycheck to paycheck. Pierre had to fight for everything in his life. Nothing was given to him. And I was born in Caracas, Venezuela, and my family immigrated here in Canada when I was 8 years old in 1995. We lived in the east end of Montreal in a small basement apartment, all 6 of us cramped up in there. My father, who was a bank manager, had to trade his business suits, come here, wear secondhand clothes, and pick up fruits and vegetables, because that's all he could do to feed our family. Eventually, he had 3 minimum wage jobs in one day. He would wake up at 5 a.m., deliver the newspaper, 7 a.m., head to the factory where he was working making socks, come home at 3 p.m., grab a bite, take a shower, go on and clean offices from 5 until 9 p.m. 3 jobs in one day just to feed our family. Later on, when I turned 17, I moved out of home and became 100% financially independent. By the time that I was 19, I packed up my suitcase, left Montreal, moved to Ottawa, took a student loan, found a job. I put myself through university, paid for my rent, paid for my food, and did it all by myself. And by the time that I was 25, I had graduated, and I had a pretty good job. This was a few months before I met my husband. I was working in the Senate. And I had saved enough money, $25,000, to put a down payment on a little townhouse, a 2-bedroom, in the east end of Montreal. This, ladies and gentlemen, was in 2012. That townhouse was $230,000. That was the Canadian promise. If you work hard, you can get ahead and have a good life. So that's what we are fighting for, to restore the Canadian promise, so you can afford a home in a safe street. So, ladies and gentlemen, it has been such a pleasure to stand by my husband's side every single day of this campaign, fighting with him so that we can restore the Canadian promise all together. So we need all of you to get out and vote. If you want some change, you must get out and vote. And it has been my pleasure to share my husband with all of you, the next Prime Minister of Canada, Pierre Poilievre.
Some failed generation. Columbia, who's voting for change? Change, change, change. Who's voting for lower taxes for a change? Who's voting for food and housing you can afford for a change? Who's voting for safe streets for a change? Qui va voter pour le changement, mes frères et sœurs canadiens? Qui va voter pour de nourriture et de logements abordables pour faire changement? Qui va voter pour des rues sécuritaires pour faire changement? We're voting for change because we love this country and we want every single person to have the promise of Canada, that anyone who works hard can have a great life in a beautiful, affordable home on a safe street under our proud flag. That's the change we need. That's the hope we offer. Now let's vote to bring it home. What an incredible honor to be introduced by the great Jesse Sahota, your very own candidate here in Delta. We call Jesse the gentle giant. Big, strong guy. How tall are you? What, 6'3"? 6'3" and growing. I think he's 6'6" with inflation, though, eh? Jesse, of course, is a wrestler, a black belt jiu-jitsu martial artist. In fact, he coaches our youth, our young people who need a start at life, particularly those who are disadvantaged and want to learn how to stay fit, disciplined, and work on a team. He started off with humble beginnings. It's really the story of Canada. Jesse's mother worked doing the dishes over at the White Spot, right? Anybody go to eat at the White Spot from time to time? Good restaurant. His father was suffering with some illnesses, so his mother had to earn the living for everybody. And they had to feed, she had to feed both Jesse and his brother, who's another incredible Hulk. So that's a lot of food. But starting from those humble beginnings, Jesse was able to work his way through school, through his sporting triumphs, and then on to become a police officer, to serve his community with the pride of wearing the uniform and keeping all of us safe. And now he's en route to serving his community again, fighting for change so that the people in Delta can afford their homes and their food, and their children can be safe in their streets. He's the ultimate servant, and he is going to be the symbol of the Canadian promise when he's elected on Monday. Let's bring it home with Jesse Sahota. Jesse is only afraid of two people in the entire world. One, his mother, and two, our whip, Carrie Lynn Finlay. Yeah. She's sitting next to him to make sure he behaves himself. But I relate a lot to Jesse's story. You know, I started off very humble beginnings as well, adopted by two school teachers. But they always raised me to believe that if I worked hard, I could do anything in Canada, that I'd have a great life. In fact, that anybody who got through school and got a job could afford a nice house on a safe street. My wife was able to buy her house in her 20s. That was before me, so I can't take any credit for that. And that wasn't that long ago. It was about 13 years ago. And a lot of neighborhoods around here, people didn't even need to lock their doors not long ago because it was so safe and tranquil and even uneventful. But how things have changed. After this lost Liberal decade, crime and chaos is raging out of control. Young people can't go and play soccer until their parents have formed a row and walked the distance to make sure that the soccer field is not filled with crack pipes and syringes. Yes, there's more and more homeless. You're right. Homelessness is up at record highs across the country. Homeless encampments now replace what were once tranquil, beautiful playgrounds for children. His plan is to make it even worse. Mark Carney's plan is to do exactly what Trudeau did on steroids. More spending, more taxes, more soft on crime. We can't afford 4 more years of the Liberals. We need a change. I love you too. That's what we're fighting for you and your family to have change in this country. In fact, the question that he asked about Mark Carney, Mr. Carney, he adopted Justin Trudeau's election platform. You believe this? Literally verbatim. It was written for Trudeau before the former Prime Minister had stepped down. And when Carney took over, they opened the document and they did Control F and they simply swapped out the name Trudeau for Carney. And they said that's change. Well, maybe it's a change in the spelling, but it's not a change in the plan. You know, Trudeau had planned to add over $100 billion of additional debt over the next 4 years. Along comes Mark Carney and says he wants to stack another $130 billion on top of that. So you combine the Trudeau plan, with Carney's promises, you get $250 billion of additional debt added that will drive up the cost of food, gas, and interest payments on our families. It'll mean life becomes even more expensive, and our economy is under even greater risk. In fact, you know, it devalues our dollar, exactly right. By spending money we don't have on things we don't need, it devalues the purchasing power of your money, just like they've done for the last 10 years of Liberal government. My friends, after the lost Liberal decade of rising costs and crime, we cannot afford a 4th Liberal term. We need a change with a new Conservative government that will bring home affordability and safety for all of our people. And now, if you want to know what the country will look like after this government, if this government, God forbid, is re-elected to a 4th Liberal term, then look no further than the report that they published. They call it the Social Mobility in Question, Future Lives Report. There's a section, it's called 2040, More Snakes Than Ladders. That's a quote. Can you imagine that? What a quote. It's a section on what life is going to be like in 2040. More snakes than ladders. You've got it. It's a game to them. That's right. They think that they can play games with your life and your future, and the food and the homes that you buy and the crime that is in your street. For them, it's all just a theory. Let me read directly from this report. In 2040, upward mobility is almost unheard of in Canada. Hardly anyone believes they can build a better life for themselves or their children through their own hard work. However, many worry about sliding down the social order. Now, that's a lot of bureaucraties, but let's just translate it into plain language. No matter how hard you work, you can't get ahead and you'll probably fall further behind. Then they say in 2040, owning a home is not a realistic goal for many. Most new homeowners get help from family members. Some take out intergenerational mortgages and have several generations of families living together. Now, let's be clear about this. They're saying that by 2040, instead of inheriting wealth from your older generation, you're going to inherit a mortgage that is going to take several generations to pay off the same mortgage. In Canada, we used to pay off mortgages in 25 years, so you could be mortgage-free in your 50s and enjoy a wonderful retirement. How quickly that has changed after the lost Liberal decade, and they see it getting even worse, where, quote, people see inheritance as the only reliable way to get ahead. People rarely mix with others of different socioeconomic status. In other words, there's a tiny group of very wealthy people that are separate and above, and everyone else works to pay the bills of the country. Capital investment in new enterprises may concentrate in the hands of a small number of very wealthy people. Property ownership, and by extension wealth, may become even more concentrated if younger generations abandon the idea of single-family dwellings in favor of renting or forming alternative households. And finally, they go on to say, more people may struggle to afford rent, bills, or groceries. The resulting stress could worsen mental health. It goes so far to say that by 2040, Food will be so expensive that people will not even bother going to the grocery store anymore because they know they won't be able to afford it. So how will they eat? Well, I'm going to quote again. People may start to hunt, fish, and forage in public lands and waterways without reference to regulations. So, and this after they want to ban hunting rifles. So I guess you got to be pretty good at archery. Does anybody know how to do some archery? You better learn, because under the Liberal plan, that's the only way you're going to have a meal on your plate. My friends, after the lost Liberal decade, a lot of people would say that what I just described here is already the case and getting worse. But it doesn't have to be this way. We in Canada believe in having hope. Hope for a better day. Hope for affordable food. Hope to restore the Canadian promise. Hope for a change. Après la décennie perdue, bring it home. Après la décennie perdue des libéraux, des coûts et la criminalité qui augmente, on ne peut pas payer le prix d'un quatrième mandat libéral. Il faut que ça change avec un nouveau gouvernement conservateur qui va couper la bureaucratie, les consultants, les impôts et les taxes pour rendre la vie abordable et nos rues sécuritaires. C'est ça le changement qui est en jeu pour des élections. Et nous avons un plan pour ce changement. We have a plan to bring home that change. In fact, the plan is called Change, for affordable life, for safe streets, for Canada First. Now, I've got some bad news for our politicians who are here today. Just for the politicians. Everyone else gets good news. All right, here's the bad news this lineup of candidates is going to have to live with. I'm here to tell you, your summer vacation is canceled. All right? You didn't do anything wrong. In fact, it's because you're going to be doing a lot of things right. We are announcing there will be 100 days of change. 100 days. 100 days to pass 3 new laws. The Affordable Food and Homes for a Change Act, the Safe Streets for a Change Act, and the Bring Home Our Jobs for a Change Act must be passed before the politicians go on summer vacation. We're going to get the job done for a change. We have a very clear plan to make our lives affordable. It starts by cutting back on the outrageous government expenses, which have nearly doubled during the time Justin Trudeau has been Prime Minister and Mark Carney has been his economic advisor. We will cut $55 billion of waste by cutting consultants, streamlining bureaucracy through attrition, cutting back on foreign aid to bring our money home to Canada, and bringing in a common sense dollar-for-dollar law that requires we find $1 of savings for every new dollar of spending. In this way, we will cut the Liberal deficit by 70% to bring down inflation and interest rates. We're going to make hard work pay again. So many people work so hard, and it's particularly here. Whenever I come to the Lower Mainland, I constantly meet people who are working overtime. They look at their paycheck at the end of the month and they realize the government got more of the money than they did. This is the fine you pay for the crime of hard work that we call income tax. It will change. We want hard work to pay off for a change, and that's why I'm announcing that a Conservative government will cut income tax by 15%, so you bring home your paycheck for a change. But we're not going to stop there. You need cars, you need homes, you need all those things which are already being overtaxed. So let's talk about cars. Now, the Liberals want to bring in a $20,000 tax on gas and diesel-powered automobiles. So, now the Liberals say you can't drive gas and diesel-powered vehicles They're going to start a mandate to phase them out next year. And every vehicle on the lot that goes above the quota that they have established will face a $20,000 tax. Who can afford a $20,000 tax on a new automobile? Anybody here? What about those people who live in rural and remote areas that can't survive with electric vehicles, particularly in rural Canada? Les gens dans les régions n'ont pas le choix d'utiliser une voiture électrique. Ils ont besoin de leur char, de l'essence et de diesel. Et on va protéger ça, on va mettre fin à la guerre à l'auto. You need to have the choice to make your own purchase on what vehicle you want. And so I am announcing today that Conservatives will axe the Carney tax, put you in the driver's seat, let you buy whatever car you want. And then there's the carbon tax. Now, the Liberals have put this tax in place over 7 years. The carbon tax law is still in effect to this day. Mark Carney's only complaint about the tax was that it was too low. He believed that it should go higher still. But he's hidden it from the gas pumps for the 28 days leading up to the election in order to trick you into giving the Liberals a fourth term, after which they would, if they get reelected, God forbid, they would bring the tax back higher than ever without a rebate once they no longer need your vote, but still need your money. Just yesterday, Mark Carney was saying a carbon tax on Canadian industrial steel will help the steel industry. This is the same kind of the budget will balance itself thinking that got us into so much trouble with Justin Trudeau. The taxes make you richer, the Liberals say. No, they make Liberals richer because they take our money and push out our jobs. Conservatives will axe the entire carbon tax for real, for good, for a change. And that will bring down the cost of the steel that goes into cars. We want our steel made in Canada. We want our cars made in Canada. We will, as a result, we will axe the federal sales tax on Canadian-made automobiles. Bring home the production to Canada. We will also... No, he said, Mr. Carney says that Canadians don't need to use steel. This is the great economic genius. I mean, every building would collapse on your head if you didn't have steel. And yet Mark Carney thinks taxing it doesn't affect me. How much would it drive up the cost of an apartment complex if all the steel in it has to pay a Carney carbon tax? The cost of vehicles, the cost of the food. What do we need for food? Fertilizer. They want a carbon tax on fertilizer. You tax the fertilizer, you tax the food. Who here thinks food prices need to go up further? No, we need a change. We need to get rid of the entire carbon tax on absolutely everything, and that is what is at stake in this election, but we will not stop there. Our hardworking seniors, many of them have decided that they want to continue contributing in our country and making a valuable offering of their wisdom and their knowledge by doing a few hours extra every week to supplement their pension. Well, our view is they shouldn't be punished for that, and that's why we have announced that Conservatives will allow seniors to earn $34,000 tax-free to reward their hard work and contribution. A tax-free contribution will allow them to get ahead. We want everybody's work to be rewarded, and that includes investment. We need to bring home our jobs to this country. We need to bring home production to our country, and that means removing the taxes, cutting taxes on work, investment, home building, and energy. You know, the number one cost in a new home here in British Columbia is taxes. Sales taxes, land transfer taxes, development charges, the list goes on. 60% of the cost of a newly built house in Vancouver, or $1.3 million, is government. Government bureaucracy, government taxes, delays, consultants, and countless other red tape and gatekeeping. Our view is that the money for new homes should go to the carpenters, electricians, and plumbers who actually build the homes, not bureaucrats who block them. And this is another, after the lost Liberal decade, housing costs have doubled. Mark Carney wants to keep and accelerate all of the same government programs that got us into the crisis in the first place. We won't get more housing by building more bureaucracy in Ottawa. We'll get it by cutting the taxes and the red tape in the communities where those houses are built. And that's why Conservatives will lead the charge. We will axe the federal sales tax on new homes to save you up to $65,000. We will pay municipalities to cut their development charges, to bring them down another 50 grand for over $100,000 in lower taxes on each new home built in the Lower Mainland. We will incentivize municipalities to speed up permits, free up land, and cut development taxes to build 15% more homes per year. We'll sell off federal land and buildings for 300,000 new homes to be built. For all, putting it all together, we will build 2.3 million homes over the next 5 years so you can put a roof overhead for a change. Bring a great life back to Canada. It's going to be an incredibly beautiful life for all Canadians when they can actually afford a home. But we need the great trades workers to build those homes. Boots, not suits. Are you in the trades? What do you do? You and your husband run a construction company. Great. And what trades do you employ? All right, everybody, get your resume in here. She's hiring electricians, plumbers, what else? Tile setters, carpenters, painters. Amazing. Anybody work in the trades here? Amazing. We need more of the resources to go to. That's why Conservatives have announced we will set aside funds to partner with union training halls to train 350,000 young people to go in the trades, to get busy building houses and resources and launching our economy. We'll bring in tax fairness. Our traveling trades workers are only allowed to write off $4 grand for all their travels in a year. That's not nearly enough, especially when CEOs get to write off an unlimited amount for their private jets. We'll bring in the Tax Fairness for Traveling Trades Workers Act so that you can write off the full cost of food, transportation, and accommodation to travel around this country, building the future of our economy. Build, build, build for a change. Yes, we will end tax havens and bring the money home. You're paying the taxes here. It's not fair that the elite, the well-connected elite like Mark Carney, get to ship his money abroad while he forces you to pay more here. We're going to close the tax loopholes and make sure that the multinationals and the corporate insiders pay their fair share so that you can pay less. That is part of the plan. Thank you. We want to bring home our jobs to Canada. That's why we're going to pass the Bring Home Our Jobs for a Change Act. As Prime Minister, this act will reverse the anti-development laws that the Liberals have brought in over the last decade. Of the last 10 years, there's the C-69, the anti-development law, the energy cap, the blockade on our natural gas liquefaction, the fact it now takes 17 years to get a mine approved. We will repeal the Liberal anti-development law C-69. We'll get rid of the energy cap. We will build pipelines, mines, LNG export plants off the west coast of British Columbia. This will bring billions of dollars of opportunities. In fact, you know, the single biggest infrastructure project in Canadian history was approved by Prime Minister Harper and facilitated by Conservative candidate Ellis Ross from the Haisla First Nation. It's the LNG plant. LNG Canada, $40 billion. Did you work there? Right on. You helped build LNG Canada. Now, Coastal GasLink, which is the pipeline that gets to LNG Canada. Now imagine if we did that 15 times. How many jobs would we have? How many hundreds of billions of dollars could we unlock in wealth for the people of British Columbia and the coastal First Nations, who will be the richest people in the world? This is what we're going to unlock by rapidly approving these projects. We have 1,300 trillion cubic feet of natural gas right underneath our feet. Gas that can be liquefied using our cold weather, our clean hydro, and we can ship it off to Asia in half the time it takes to go from the U.S. Gulf Coast. So that's what we're going to do, rapidly approve LNG projects to bring home the jobs to Canada and take the dollars away from the dictators for a change. But we need these jobs. These jobs, we also need a more powerful Canadian dollar. By unlocking our resources and selling them to the world will have to buy Canadian dollars. They have to buy the loonie. It comes up, and that means that the consumer has more buying power to bid on globally priced goods like food and fuel. A more powerful dollar means a more affordable life. By unlocking our resources, we're not just creating jobs and paychecks, we're giving you back the buying power that has been robbed over the last Liberal decade. That's what we need, strong dollars that buy more goods to reward the hard work of our people, not a weak Liberal dollar that's always falling because all they do is print money and block progress. We need to be a country, we're going to turn the money printer off and we're going to start buying and building more of the things that money buys for a change. Now, we want those dollars and paychecks to come home to safe neighborhoods. Because after the lost Liberal decade of rising costs and crime, you cannot handle another 4 years of this. We know that this, is there any crime around here? It's not safe? What's unsafe? You don't feel safe walking down the street. I talked to a guy this morning in the Lower Mainland. He's from Toronto, visiting. He said in Toronto, I don't know if you heard this, the police have actually told people, leave your keys at the front door so that when somebody breaks in, they were looking to steal your car, they won't harm your family. They can just take the keys in a polite way and make off with your vehicle. Now this is actually the chief of police for the city of Toronto has given the people that advice. And you know what? This gentleman said he does it because he doesn't want his family to get stabbed or shot. Their lives are worth more to him than the vehicle that's in the driveway. But he shouldn't have to make that choice. He says every night when there's a creak or a sound in his house, he assumes someone is breaking in to get his keys. People should not have to live that way. They shouldn't have to worry that their car is gone in the morning, or that their kids are in danger on their streets. But yet, after the lost Liberal decade of catch and release bail, C-75, this law allows the same 40 offenders, 40 of them, to be arrested 6,000 times in Vancouver in 1 year. That means each one of these offenders was arrested on average every second day. And those are just the crimes for which they got caught. And the Liberals will keep this in place if they're reelected. The law requires the judge release the offender at the earliest opportunity and under the least onerous conditions. That's right in the Act. Then there's the C5, which is a house arrest law. If you're a rampant car thief, you get to do your sentence in your living room watching Netflix or playing Grand Theft Auto. It's crazy. You walk out the door anytime you want to go re-offend. And then there's the Paul Bernardo get out of jail free card that allows him to leave a maximum security penitentiary within and live in better conditions than many of our seniors and veterans. My friends, this madness has to change. And that's why within the first 100 days, we will pass the Safe Communities for a Change Act to repeal all these Liberal laws. No more catch and release bail, no more house arrest. We're putting Bernardo back in the slammer for the rest of his life. We will bring in mandatory life sentences for any mass trafficker of fentanyl, human traffickers, gun smugglers. We will pass a 3 strikes you're out law. A law that will require that anyone who is convicted of 3 separate serious dangerous offenses will be required to serve a minimum of 10 years with no possibility of bail, parole, probation, or house arrest, and they will never get out of jail unless they have a record of perfect behavior, clean drug tests, and they learned a marketable skill that will allow them to be employed when they leave prison. We're not putting people out to do more crime. We're going to fix them up, and if they behave well, they can get another chance. But we're not turning people loose on our streets to terrorize Canadians anymore. And finally, when it comes to mass murderers, we're not going to give them a bulk discount anymore. The idea of letting mass murderers out after 25 years, 3 or 4 years sentence for each life they took, is insane. And that's why I respectfully disagree with the court's decision on that, and I will use the notwithstanding clause to lock up mass murderers forever. Yes, we are going to fix the criminal code. We're going to bring home safety. But safety... Oh, thank you. I think she said Mexico loves me, but I don't know. I didn't know who they knew I was in Mexico. Muchas gracias. That's funny. $5,000 a month rent. 4 bedrooms, $5,000. That's insane. Built in 1969, and you were, how many hours a week are you working? All day. Is it getting any better? He's saying this guy works 3 jobs all day, every day. He's paying $5,000 for rent. Can you believe that? Well, that's the sad thing is you can believe it. That's the sad thing. You know, if I had told you 10 years ago that a guy would be working 3 jobs just to pay the rent, or that rent would rise to $5,000 a month, you'd have said, that's crazy. Well, we all saw it coming because the same policies, liberal policies, always lead to the same result. And why would you think it would be any different if we tried it for a 4th time in a row? You know, the Liberals have caused this mess where this gentleman has to work 3 jobs to pay $5,000 a month in rent. We have a rule in baseball, and it should apply in politics. 3 strikes, and you're out. And that includes for Liberals. Il faut que ça change. Un homme qui travaille 3 emplois juste pour payer le loyer, ça se peut plus. Les gens ne peuvent plus payer. On ne peut pas payer le prix d'un 4e mandat libéral. On a besoin d'un vrai changement pour de loyer et des hypothèques abordables dans les communautés sécuritaires. C'est ça mon but. C'est ça le changement pour lequel les gens doivent voter lundi prochain. My friends, that is the change that we're looking to make so that you can live in a safe neighborhood. But that safe neighborhood means we have to stop the drugs which are taking over our communities. Addiction has killed 50,000 people in the last 10 years because of the radical drug liberalization that seeks to subsidize and permit more drugs. Liberals have reduced the jail time for those who deal the drugs, and they've effectively sought to end prosecution of possession offenses altogether. 99% of our shipping containers come in totally uninspected. Where do you think the drugs, guns, and stolen cars move? In those shipping containers. So we have a real conservative plan for change to end this. 1, we will secure the borders with high-powered scanners that can look right in through the walls of those shipping containers and every other one to stop the drugs, guns, and stolen cars. We will have 2,000 more CBSA officers, boots on the ground. We'll have watchtowers that can scan the frontier and interrupt drones and other trafficking that comes across our borders. And we will pay for it by canceling the ridiculous multi-billion-dollar gun grab that targets law-abiding, lawful hunters and sport shooters. For a change. Furthermore, we will bring in life sentences for fentanyl trafficking of 40 milligrams. But when you're trafficking that much, you can kill 20 people. It is mass murder, and it should be sentenced accordingly. Secondly, we will end the tax-funded supply of opioids, and we will put the money instead into treatment and recovery services. Treatment and recovery. Counseling, group therapy, physical exercise. What's that? 28 days just to get in the door? Oh, you're lucky if you get it in 28 days. It's much longer than that in many places. Many places it's longer than 28 days to get in. You need it now. You're right. She says it's like a heart attack. When you're addicted to fentanyl, you're playing Russian roulette. Any day you can die. When someone is addicted to that poison, we need to have them in treatment immediately so that we can save their lives. Yeah. That's why we need change in 100 days. Our plan will treat 50,000 people with counseling, group therapy, physical exercise, yoga, job placement, and other activities that are proven to break the cycle of addiction. The money will only go to those organizations with a proven track record of getting people off drugs. There is hope to turn life around. When I met with the young people over at the Harvest House in Moncton, they said they were getting themselves turned around. They thanked me for my support. I said, no, don't thank me. I didn't come here. I'm not the one offering you something. I'm here to ask you for something. I have a job for you to do. You need to get better, because you're going to go back out on the street and you're going to grab the next person. You're going to drag them in here. They're going to get better. Then they're going to go out and grab someone else. And that cycle is going to defeat this addiction. My message to anyone out there suffering with drugs, have hope, hang on, help is on the way. We're going to bring our loved ones home drug-free. And we're going to make our nation safe and strong again. We need a strong health care is another thing we need to do. You know we have, this young lady was asking about health care. Do you know we have 20,000 immigrant nurses and 20,000 immigrant doctors, 32,000 nurses that cannot work in our system because they can't get a license to practice. You know, they say in Toronto, if you have a heart attack, don't call 911, call an Uber, because the driver is probably a doctor. That's a good point. I agree with you on that as well. I agree with you on that, and I will also say this. We have a plan for change. We will bring in a national Blue Seal standard that can be tested so that newcomers to Canada take a test, prove they're qualified, get working in our hospitals, helping reduce the wait lines. We will add thousands of new doctors to our system so that you can get the treatment that you deserve for a change. And we need to protect our country. We need to stand on our own 2 feet. We can no longer rely on the Americans or anyone else to keep us safe. We need to rebuild the great Canadian Armed Forces to support our troops. We will cut back on the foreign aid, the back office bureaucracy, the procurement boondoggles to reinvest in our Canadian military. We will build 4 Arctic icebreakers, buy the Poseidon surveillance aircraft, build new runways in the north, double the size of the 1st Patrol of the Arctic Rangers, fill the vacancies in the Army, Air Force, and Navy, and we will build the first Arctic base in Canada since the Cold War, CFB We will honor our veterans, ensuring they get the treatment and the help they need. Our young people who come out of the forces in their 30s and 40s will have a helmets to hard hats program second to none, allowing them to take the amazing skills they learned and apply them, earning six-figure paychecks in the private sector, while at the same time keeping their pension so they don't get clawed back and punished for the crime of hard work. We're going to honor our veterans and give them a better future. For a change. The veterans really symbolize everything is great about our country. Sacrifice, common love for common country. Our heritage is one of service. We would not be here today were it not for the valiant sacrifice of so many who came before us. And as a result, we must always be a country that honors its past. We will end the cancel culture. We will stand up our statues, raise our flag, celebrate John A. Macdonald. We will reinstate the Canadian passport with the famous five, Terry Fox, our soldiers and others. Our common pride and love of country will bring us together. We will be a nation, not of tax collectors and toll masters, of gatekeepers and grandees, of rulers and rule makers. No, instead, we are a nation of artists and entrepreneurs, of adventurers and freedom lovers, good one, of workers and warriors, of pioneers and patriots. What binds us together is the Canadian promise, la promesse du Canada, that everybody who works hard gets a great life in a beautiful, affordable house on a safe street protected by brave police and soldiers under our proud flag. Ce qui nous unit, c'est la promesse du Canada que chacun qui travaille fort ait une belle vie dans une maison abordable sur une rue sécuritaire sous notre drapeau canadien. That promise will bring us together again in a spirit of hope and optimism. And so I say to all those out there suffering and thinking of giving up, have hope. Change is on the way. To the single mother whose fridge, stomach, and bank account are all empty and doesn't know how she's going to feed her kids tomorrow, have hope. Change is on the way. To the veteran who's been left behind and forgotten about, have hope. Change is on the way. To those who are addicted to drugs and thinking about giving up, have hope. Change is on the way. Those who are afraid to go outside in their streets, have hope, because change is on the way. To the young couple desperate to buy an affordable home and start a family, giving their parents grandchildren, have hope. Change is on the way. On Monday, we need to vote for that change. We need to come out for that change. We need to bring about that change. My friends, let us vote to bring home the country we know, the country we love, Canada. Let's bring it home.
So Canada, here we are at a crucial time where we must decide whether we are going to elect for a fourth term a Liberal government with the same team who has left us with a weakened economy, rising crime, unaffordable food and housing, or are we going to elect a Conservative government who's going to put Canada first for a change? Now, in order to bring that change, you have to make sure that you go out and vote. So tell me, who has already voted here? Ladies and gentlemen, thank you. This journey began for my husband and my family about 3 years and 2 months ago, when my husband decided to run for the leader of the Conservative Party of Canada. Ever since, he has been traveling from coast to coast to coast so that he can step away from the Ottawa bubble and to hear people directly. Because what we need is a government and a leader of the people, by the people. Leadership is not born in the boardroom of the elites. Leadership is not born from fancy titles or degrees. Leadership comes from true patriotism, true love for our country, our true north, strong and free. Now it's true. My husband has been doing this for most of his adult life. He has been right here at home fighting for all of us, our youth, our families, our seniors, and that is something to be proud of. So when Mr. Carney says that my husband doesn't know how the world works, I'll tell you what. My husband knows how Canada works and how to make it work for all of us. And while I love all of my husband's policies and truly believe that it's going to help all of us, it is important to understand the why. It's important to understand the men behind those policies. My husband, he was born from a teenage mother who gave him out for adoption to 2 school teachers from Saskatchewan. They worked really hard and they lived paycheck to paycheck. Pierre worked for everything in his life and nothing was handed to him. I was born in Caracas, Venezuela. Muchos latinos aquí presentes esta noche. Es un orgullo de poder representar y ser una voz fuerte para la gente latina. I was born in Caracas, Venezuela, and my family immigrated here in 1995 when I was 8 years old. My father is here tonight. When my family arrived, my dad had to trade his business suits to go and work and pick up fruits and vegetables because that's all he could do to feed our family. He taught me that there's no greater dignity than to provide for your own family, and all work is dignifying. Thank you, Dad. So, by the time that I was 17, I had moved out of home and become financially independent, 100%. By the time that I was 19, I left Montreal, moved to Ottawa, took a student loan, put myself through university, and had a full-time job at the same time so that I could pay for rent and food all by myself. By the time that I was 25, a few months before I met my husband, I was working in the Senate, and I had saved enough money to put a down payment on a little townhouse in the east end of Ottawa, all under my dad's advice. Thank you. So that little townhouse, it was $230,000 in 2012, 3 years before the Liberal government took office. That was the Canadian promise. And that is what my husband is fighting for, to restore the Canadian promise so that we can afford homes, we can afford a future on safe streets. So ladies and gentlemen, this is who we are, the Poilievres. We are one of you, you are one of us. We're all fighting in this to restore the Canadian promise, and we need all of you fighting along our side. And that is why it is my pleasure to share with you my husband, the next Prime Minister of Canada, Pierre Poilievre.
Thank you, Vaughn. Thank you, Vaughn. Who's voting for a change in Canada? Who's voting to axe the taxes? Who's voting for homes you can actually afford? Who's voting to stop the crime for a change? And who's voting to bring home the Canadian promise? Thank you very much, Vaughn. Great to be here today in the LiUNA. Thank you very headquarters of LiUNA. A great, are there any laborers here, hardworking people? You know, when I think of LiUNA, I learned of this union. I used to go over to my buddy's parents' place for dinner on Sunday night. They're old, classic Italian family. Yeah. There aren't any Italians in Vaughan, are there? One or two. And anyway, the grandfather would sit at the head of the table. His name was Albino, and he couldn't speak any English. He and his wife had come from Italy in 1973, from Calabria. Calabrese? Okay, that's half the room is Calabrese, I think. And he had this plaque on the wall. It said LiUNA. And the only time I ever heard him utter an English word is I pointed up at that and I said, "What is it?" And I didn't know at the time. This is about 20 years ago. And he said, "Pension." That was his pension. He got off the boat, 73, got a job, paving roads, and he earned himself a pension. But the house that they lived in was about 7 or 8 minutes from Parliament Hill in downtown Ottawa, a G7 capital. And they actually paid off their entire mortgage in 7 years. Can you imagine that? That was Canada. That was Canada back in the 70s and 80s and even 90s and even the 2000s. As Anna just told you the story about how she was able to afford a home independently, having a decent job, out of school from a modest background. Now that family that I told you about, he's now, as Albino, God rest his soul, has moved on. And his granddaughters will graduate from university. They speak perfect English. They would not be able to make a down payment on that house, even if they work non-stop for 15 years. In Toronto and the greater GTA today, it takes 29 years to save up for a down payment on a house for the average family. Everything costs more. Food prices have risen 37% faster under this Liberal government in Canada than they did in the United States in the same time period. After catch and release Liberal laws, crime, chaos, drugs, and disorder are overtaking our once safe streets. My friends, after a lost Liberal decade of rising costs and crime, we cannot afford a fourth Liberal term. We need a change with a new Conservative government. And it turns out we have a plan for that change. It's called the Change Platform for an Affordable Life, for safe streets, for Canada First. This is the plan to bring change to Canadians. It is a clear plan, a plan that will cut income tax by 15% so that your hard work pays off for a change. It's a plan to cut the Liberal deficit by 70% with less bureaucracy, less consultants, less foreign aid, less money wasted so that inflation comes down and your dollar retains power for a change. It is a plan to axe the sales tax on new homes and incentivize